hefty agenda today, so we're just doing some additional paperwork to get the motions ready. So thank you for your patience. As we begin today's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work, and enjoy this land together. Please all rise for the singing of the national anthem, to be followed by a moment of personal reflection.
Oh, Canada, home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Welcome to our regular council meeting of July 10th, 2019. All members of council are here today. Members of the council, there are a few agenda changes identified in the package in front of you. I'll ask the city clerk to review the changes for today's agenda since its publication last Thursday.
Mayor Brown, members of council, members of staff, and public attending or watching today's meeting. These are the changes to today's agenda. They are shown on the screen. Items 3.1 and 3.3 are minutes from the regular council meeting of June 19th and the special meeting of council of June 26th, the second meeting that was held that day. Those minutes were distributed to members electronically yesterday. Regarding item 6.2 on today's agenda, which is the federal election advocacy strategy, there is an updated appendix which was published online yesterday. Item 9.4 on today's agenda is a report from the clerk's office regarding a civic events protocol. That report was distributed yesterday, as was item 9.5, a report from the clerk's office and enforcement and bylaw services regarding establishing a vehicle for hire advisory committee. Item 9.9 on today's agenda is a report from community services regarding the community youth hub. And item 9.12 on today's agenda is a report from Planning and Development Services regarding an application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw for CanDivCon Limited, Arcadium Holdings Limited at 6461 Mayfield Road at the southwest corner of Mayfield Road and Goreway Drive in Ward 10. As well, in regard to matters that were listed on the published agenda, there are a number of delegation requests. Delegation identified as 7.3 on today's agenda will be from Brampton Focus, and this is in regard to item 9.2 on today's agenda, a report regarding the Neighborhood Watch Brampton Focus. There's a delegation from Fazil Khan and Don McLeod. In regard to delegation item 7.4, it's in regard to item 9.9 on today's agenda, the Community Youth Hub report, and it is a delegation from Orlando Bowen. Delegation 7.5 is regarding item 17.2 on today's agenda, which is a discussion item from Councillor Williams regarding a process for reporting and removing racist graffiti. There is a delegation from Carol Thompson. Delegation item 7.6 is in regard to delegation item 7.1, which is receiving delegations on possible amendments to the user fee bylaw to implement senior transit fares. And Sylvia Roberts wishes to delegate on that item. Delegation item 7.6 is in regard to item 6.2 on today's agenda, the federal election advocacy strategy. Sylvia Roberts has requested to delegate on that item. And finally, delegation item 7.8, it's in regard as well to item 9.9, the Community Youth Hub report. And Ben Gwendolyn and Sienna Mogent have requested to delegate on that item. And those are the changes that the clerk's office is aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are there any additions, changes, or deletions to the agenda? Wow, okay. We have 7 speakers already. Councillor Santos.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't for me. I put my name off. I don't know why it's back up. I apologize.
Okay, Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add a couple of things. I got the Islamic Society of Brampton, 8450 Tor Bram. Regarding the traffic light, I want to add that as a discussion, and I have also a delegation from Mr. Cull there. He's going to be delegating. The second proposal is under in camera. It's a proposed pending acquisition and disposal of land, a municipal local board. And also I'd like to put 9.2 in consent. The 9.12. It's the application planning by Zone Mayfield and Mayfield.
So we'll do the consent agenda. That's fine. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe this would, Peter, this would be item 6.2 under government relations. I'd like to add an item, Global Covenant of Mayors. Oh, Global Covenant of Mayors. Should be, I think it's 6.3 under government relations.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to add, together with item 6.2 on the agenda, a delegation by Fazal Khan from Brampton Focus.
He's on there.
He's on there. No, he's speaking to a different item. This is with regards to item 6.2.
Okay.
And, Mr. Mayor, if we may add an announcement from Mangaljit Dab, who is a member of the Board of Carebram, to speak to us about Carebram, which is taking place between July 12th to 14th this weekend.
Okay. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to add just a Rotary who would like to do 2 very short and concise delegations from what they tell me. One about the 80th anniversary of Rotary and the other for Rotary Ribbon Roll.
Councillor Dillon.
I'd like to add a discussion on equity audit, diversity and equity audit.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move 9.13 to after closed. Thank you.
After closed. Okay. Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I just wanted to add Islamic Society of Brampton, if we could move it up as for delegation, as if they got school to attend. If we could, if it's okay for council to move it up for delegation at the beginning. As a first, because they have to go back to class.
Okay. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'd like to move item 17.2 up with the delegation, 7.5. So we can deal with it all at the same time. It's discussion item 17.2 to be combined with item 7.5, which is the delegation. No, Carl Thompson.
Councillor Paleshi.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the clerk, can I get a recap of everything that's been added?
No.
I need numbers, for item numbers for everything that's been added.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, these are the changes that have been introduced so far. Councillor Fortini has added a new business item 17.3 regarding the Islamic Society at 8450 Torbram Road, as well as a delegation which would be 7.9, and has requested that that delegation be first when we get to the delegations portion on today's agenda. as well as he has added a additional closed session item, which is identified as 21.22 regarding potential acquisition or disposition of property by the municipality or local board. Councillor Willens has added item 6.3 under government relations matters. It's a discussion item regarding global covenant of mayors. Councillor Vicente has added another delegation, which is identified now as 7.10, and this is in regard to item 6.2 on today's agenda, which is the federal election advocacy strategy, Fazil Khan. As well, an announcement has been added, which I believe is 5.3, and it's an announcement regarding Carabram this coming weekend. Councillor Bowman has added two delegations, which will be identified as 7.11, and that is in regard from the Rotary Club of Brampton regarding its 80th anniversary, and the second is 7.12 regarding the Rotary Ribbon Roll. Councillor Williams has requested that in regard to delegation item 7.5, when that delegation comes forward, that Council deal with her discussion item 17.2 after the delegation. And Councillor Dillon has requested the addition of a new business item 17.4 regarding a diversity and equity audit. And Councillor Singh has requested that item 9.13, which is a report on the Marysfield study, be considered after Council moves into closed session. Those are the changes we're aware of at this time.
Okay, so Councillor Bowman's item, is that under announcements or is it under delegations?
It would be under delegations, so it would be 7.11 and 7.12.
Okay, just under announcements too, Councilor Medeiros wanted to do an acknowledgement. We can add that as well under 5.3, 5.4. Yeah, okay. Just a dignitary who's here. Okay. 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 Okay, so I have a motion for the agenda of the regular council meeting be approved as amended. This is from Councillor Fertini and Councillor Williams. All those in favor? Motion carries. I don't think I've seen an agenda amended that much, so I think you set a new record. Our poor clerk who's back here only briefly for the day. This is the clerk's vacation. Our condolences. Okay. Do any members have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? We do. Councillor Fertini.
No, I'm on the consent, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to declare a conflict on part of 11.2, the minutes of the Brampton Heritage Board from June 18, 2019, specifically the item contained therein, item 10.3.
Okay.
The reason is because, thank you, Mr. Clerk, the reason is because I own a heritage listed property in the area contemplated within item 10.3 of the minutes.
Okay, the clerk will so note for the meeting minutes. We're now ready to, Councillor Plush? You're waiting for consent? Okay. We're now ready to move to the next item of public business on today's council agenda item 3 minutes. We have the following council minutes for us today. Minutes City Council regular meeting June 19th, Minutes City Council special meeting June 26th, Minutes City Council special meeting June 26th. That was the second meeting we had. I have a motion from Councillor Fertini, seconded by Councillor Santos, to approve the minutes as printed and circulated. All those in favor? Motion carries. There's been a lot of eagerness for the consent agenda. So now we're on the consent agenda. Items listed with an asterisk on the agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial. The consent motion is to adopt these matters on today's agenda without the need for a separate discussion on the items, unless a member requests a separate discussion. Thank you to the clerk's office. We were able to identify some that were non-controversial, and I'm going to go to Councillor Paleshi to bring those up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've removed one of the items that you requested, but I have 3 remaining. 9.5, establishing a vehicle for hire advisory committee. I'd like to put that into consent. 9.6, the 2018 municipal election summary, I'd like to put that into consent. And 9.8, update on the proposed transit facility located at 10192 Highway 50. And those are the three items I'd like to put into consent, Mr. Mayor. Unless any member of council wishes
9.8,
otherwise.
9.5,
9.6.
9.6. Okay, and, do you want to do that in camera ones too? Councillor Paleshi is continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's also the, some of the in-camera items, 21.7, 21.8, 21.9, 21.11, 21.12, and 21.13. Unless, again, there are any members that wish them not to be on consent.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to put 9.10, Castlemore Widen, Goreway and Castlemore in Countryside Drive, and 9.12, which is Mayfield and Goreway, South Corner.
Okay, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going through some of the ones that have already been called. I'd like to add item 13.1, downtown Brampton safety concerns, into consent from the BIA.
Okay.
And from the in-camera portion, item 21.10, item 21.14, item 21.16, and finally, item 21.20.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. So there was a request to deal with item 21.10. Councillor Singh had moved that after, deal with the public report after consideration in closed session. So there may be a willingness of council to have that discussion on that item.
Okay, so maybe we'll take that one out.
Okay. 21.10.
So it's 21.14, 21.16, and 21.20. Oh, so Councillor Paleshi doesn't want 21.16 in consent, so take that off too. Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just adding 9.1 to consent regarding the amendment to municipal official bylaws about the acting city solicitor. No? Paleshi wants to hold it. Never mind.
Okay. Okay. That's all on the list.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council does add item 21.20 on consent as requested from Councillor Vicente, there would be a public motion arising from that. All other closed session business that's been identified would stay as direction to staff.
Okay.
So after the consent motion, if it carries, then we can consider this motion.
Okay. I have a motion from Councillor Santos, second by Councillor Fertini, to approve the consent motion. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, item 21.20 has a public motion that is on the screen. This motion will require a mover and a seconder as a result of closed session consideration.
Okay, do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Santos. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay. We are now on to our first announcement, item 5.1. We have one proclamation today, Drowning Prevention Week, which is July 21st to 27th. I know Council is sad we will not be sitting that week, so we're doing the proclamation this week. I will now read the proclamation, which will be presented to the requesting organization. We have lifeguards present today, Dawn Gaintwattage, Victoria Poldy, Nicole Prima. Also present are Adam Nugent and Jennifer Baxter on behalf of the Aquatic Saline business team, who are welcome to say a few words after I read this proclamation. Drowning Prevention Week. The Life Saving Society Canada has declared July 21st to 27th, 2019 as National Drowning Prevention Week to focus on the drowning problem and the hundreds of lives that could be saved this year. Most drownings are preventable in a water-smart community, and only through water-smart education and a healthy respect for the potential danger that any body of water may present can we truly enjoy the beauty and recreation opportunities. The Life Saving Society urges Canadians and residents of Brampton to supervise children who are in and around the water to refrain from drinking alcoholic beverages while participating in aquatic activities, and to wear a personal flotation device or life jacket at all times when boating. I, Mayor Patrick Brown, on behalf of Brampton City Council, proclaim July 21st to 27th, 2019 as National Drowning Prevention Week in the City of Brampton. I'll present this to the team here.
Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. It is my distinct pleasure to be here today to introduce three of our fabulous lifeguards, Dawn, Victoria, and Priyanka, as well as Jen, who's one of our programmers at one of our many aquatic facilities within Brampton. We're very excited to be here to witness the proclamation of National Drowning Prevention Week, as it supports our mission in eliminating drownings within the city of Brampton and the region of Peel. On July 20th, we are kicking off National Drowning Prevention Week with Brampton's biggest pool party at Gore Meadows Community Center from 3 to 8 p.m. Here we'll have an inflatable pool obstacle course, some lifeguard demonstrations, we'll have some water safety activities, as well as free swims and free swim assessments. So we invite council to come out and enjoy those festivities, as well as partake in our Swim to Survive challenge. Following Brampton's biggest pool party kickoff event, throughout National Drowning Prevention Week, we will be hosting various aquatic water safety events at many of our aquatic facilities across Brampton, and we would also love for you to come out to those as well. There's going to be some information on Brampton's biggest pool party, as well as the National Drowning Prevention Week Water Smart events that are happening at the different facilities, available online at brampton.ca near the end of the week. So, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your awareness on this important topic, especially given the warmer months. Thank you for raising attention to this.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, our next announcement is item 5.2, and it is a good news and a sad news announcement. Good news for Dennis Squires that he gets to enjoy his retirement. Sad news for the city of Brampton that we'll be losing his institutional memory. This is Dennis Squires. Is it officially the last day today?
Last council, Mr. Mayor, I finish at the end of next week.
Well, the last council meeting, and I know our CEO is going to want to say a few words, but I just wanted to say on behalf of City Council, as Mayor of the city, that sometimes politicians like to talk a fair bit. The one time everyone shuts up is when the city solicitor speaks. And it's out of respect and admiration for the deep knowledge you have of this city, of municipal governance, of municipal law, and we just wanted to thank you for your years of service to the city of Brampton, and we wish you well on the next chapter in I imagine more enjoyable daily activities. You've deserved a retirement, and we just want to congratulate you. And if the CEO wants to add in a few words too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just very quickly, I just wanted to express our warmest and sincerest gratitude to Dennis for his outstanding service with the city. He is a scholar, an exceptional, wicked smart legal mind that has served the city well, unwavering in his commitment and his integrity and morals to the city. And there's nothing more we could ask for Dennis, and I just really want to thank him for those years of service. And I can guarantee we will never, ever have another employee like Dennis, who not only has all those traits, but at the same time a musician, a fantastic comedian, and yet one of the best legal minds that we've ever had at the city. So I do wish him well, but we will be sadly missed. But thank you, Dennis.
Now, when it would only be appropriate that the last word goes to our city solicitor, and I would note for the public watching, when council goes into camera, the one person who always has to be in attendance is the city solicitor. And there's been a few occasions where we've had meetings that go to midnight, and so I'm sure you're going to miss those Wednesdays greatly, but thank you again for your service, and if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and through you. This may be my last chance to address council in open session. Thank you, Mayor Brown, and thank you, council. Mayor Brown kindly presented me with a certificate of recognition at last June's staff event. It meant a great deal to me, my family, and to staff. I may always carry it around with me. I brought it with me today. I also thank Councillors Dillon, Peleschi, and Santos for attending that event. I see legal staff is here in force. And I acknowledge how awesome and supportive they have been over the years. And I can assure council that you are left with a tremendous legal resource at your disposal. I am grateful to you for all the courtesy extended to me over the years, often under challenging circumstances. Next week is my last. I shall miss you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Item 5.3 was an addition. Councillor Vicente held item 5.3 for a brief presentation on Caribram, which we're all so excited for. I think Manglat Dab will be the one making the presentation.
Morning, Mayor. Sorry about that. I just missed the announcement earlier there, so my apologies. So I just want to say good morning to you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to delegate on behalf of Caribram. I'm here, my name is Mangaljit Dab, I'm one of the directors at Caribram, and I'm here to announce that this weekend, Caribram will be hosting its 37th annual multicultural festival. I'm proud to say that Caribram is hosting this as the second oldest festival in Canada. I'm here to also invite all the members of council to the events that are being housed. Also the residents of this great city and residents of the GTHA to attend this festival. The depth of our diversity is boundless, and despite what makes us different as Bramptonians and Ontarians or Canadians, we must remember that we rely on the accepting and sharing nature of the Indigenous peoples of these lands. Therefore, we must, in this spirit, accept and understand each other who have been here, are here, or will be migrating to Turtle Island. Caribram has been building bridges for cultures throughout the 37 years that Caribram has been in place. Our neighbors are far more interesting than we know. Caribram has been bringing cultures together through food, entertainment, and education. Every year, this year on the second week of July, the dates will be 12th of July, 13th, and the 14th. The festival will be held in 4 different locations in Brampton. The cultures that are being represented are Africa, Bangladesh, Canada, Caribbeans, China, Elam, Hawaii, India, Ireland, Latin America, Nepal, Pakistan, Philippines, Portugal, Punjab, and Vietnam. The passports that are being on sale are for $10 for adults, and they can be purchased online and in any of the facilities of Brampton, the recreation centers. Any children 12 and under are free to attend. The passport prices at the doors will be $12. If anybody has any information that they require, any additional information, they can go to our website at caribram.org. Lastly, I'd like to thank the hundreds of volunteers, or 100 volunteers that we have, over 100, that have been helping to put this festival together. And thank you to the supporters, including the City of Brampton. We thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Menglet, and I can say we're all excited for Caribram. I know I plan on going to every pavilion, and it's always a highlight in the summer. I know Councillor Vicente, who's had a long association with Caribram, wanted to say a brief word as well.
Sure. Very brief, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dev, for coming here to let us all know about the festival that's taking place this weekend. The second oldest festival in Canada, here in the city of Brampton. Everyone is invited to attend, and we just want to remind everyone that you'll be having the opportunity while you're at Caribram to sign the healthcare petition that this council has asked every member of the public and every resident to sign to advocate for our healthcare needs. But enjoy the festival. I know most all members of council will be attending. We look forward to it every year. Thank you for all of the hard work by you and the hundreds of volunteers at Caribram who make this tremendous festival happen every year. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Menglet. Our next item is held by Councillor Martin Medeiros to recognize a visiting dignitary.
Thank you, Mayor and colleagues. Today we have a special visitor, Mr. Kambar Sandhu, who's a member of the Legislative Assembly representing the constituency of Karar in the state of Punjab. Mr. Sandhu is also a famous journalist from India and was an editor of India's largest dailies such as Indian Express and the Tribune. So I would actually invite Mr. Sandhu to come here and just, I know you'd like to say hello to council, to the city of Brampton, and thank you very much for paying a visit to the city of Brampton.
Your Worship, Mayor Brown, Councillor Martin Medeiros, and my friends Harkirat Singh and Councillor Dhillon and other councillors. It's indeed a pleasure to be invited here and to see the functioning of the council of the beautiful city of Brampton, rightly called the Flower City. It's actually quite a treat to see the functioning of the council. And as an MLA from the Punjab, I'd like to invite all the members of the council to visit us. We are a total of 117 members. We have a tenure of 5 years, and we sit till 2022. So you're most welcome to come and visit us, and I'm sure we can learn and contribute a lot to towards each other, because we share the same system of democracy, which is the parliamentary form of democracy. Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to be here.
Thank you for visiting the Flower City.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would note Mr. Sandhu is an MLA with the Common Man's Party in India. It's a sort of remarkable story of how a party was created of regular citizens who had no interest in politics, and they ended up making huge headways in India. So for those of us frustrated with the current set of political parties, there's an interesting story that happened in India against all odds. So thank you for your visit. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge Mr. Sandhu, and I'll be very brief. Just want to commend the work that you've done in the state of Punjab, and obviously we have such a large South Asian population here. It's very connected. There's so many different ties, family ties, economic ties back home, and so the work that you have done in addressing so many of the issues that are taking place in Punjab, it's actually quite remarkable. And so I just want to say thank you to you for your work in journalism, or whether it's in politics as well, and welcome back to Brampton.
Thank you, Mr. Sandhu. Again, our last announcement, I'm going to have our CEO announce a new staff addition that was made known in the media, but we have an absolute all-star as our new economic development director. So, Joe, maybe you could tell council and the public a little bit about this addition to our corporate leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd love to. Just this week, Claire Barnett, our new Director of Economic Development and Culture, started with us. We're extremely excited to have her. She has a very distinguished background and vast experience that she is going to apply to meet our aggressive yet exciting agenda as it pertains to economic development for the City of Brampton, outlined in our Vision 2040 document, as well as our term of council priorities. And just to give you a sense of that breadth and depth of experience, and she comes to us from the Ontario Public Service. Some of her recent positions were the Director of Regulatory Centre of Excellence for Open for Business with the Ontario Cabinet Office. She was also the Director of Policy and Business Climate for the Ministry of Economic Development and Culture, Job Creation and Trade. She also held the position of VP for Investment Growth for the Ontario Investment Office. She was also the Director of FDI, as well as the Ontario Representative in the United Kingdom for Economic Development and Economic Interest for the province of Ontario. So we couldn't be more pleased to have her and really set the stage for some exciting times for economic development with this city and supporting council and being successful in doing that. So welcome, Claire, and we're really excited to see what happens.
And Claire, please stand up. Okay, moving on to government relations matters. Our Lowell Rubenvaughn, Office of the CEO, is here to provide an overview and respond to any questions from council. Do any members have any questions regarding the information, or and I assume everyone wants to hear the presentation? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I'll try to be brief. I do know you have quite a lengthy agenda here. So some of this information I have circulated throughout the last couple of weeks. Maybe. So let's go through the presentation. The first slide just really speaks to the recent cabinet shuffle. So we provided some analysis in terms of some of the promotions, some of the not so much demotions, some of the new members of cabinet. Last week, the government also did announce an increase in the number of parliamentary assistants. So again, we're continuing to work with these new ministers. This did have a slight impact to our delegation request for Amos. So we did revise our delegation request to make sure that we did meet the appropriate ministers. Bill 108, the government did release 3 related registry items on the ERO. This gives us a little bit more clarity in terms of at least the direction that the province is going, in particular to how they view the workings of the community benefit charge. Staff right now is taking some time to really digest that and identify what the specific financial impact will be to the city. So we're going to be finalizing that in draft form this week, so we'll be able to start sharing more information as we start developing our responses to the 3 regulations. Just thought we would provide a little bit of an update on the federal carbon pricing law. The Ontario Court of Appeal did, the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal did provide their backing that says it is justifiable. Ontario, Alberta, and a few other provinces are willing to take this to the Supreme Court of Canada. Ontario made an announcement last week. On the peripheral, it does affect the city of Brampton, but it probably affects more the region of Peel in terms of revising how they're going forward with employment services. There are some employment services that do take place at the region of Peel. The city of Brampton has some, as well as community benefits. So right now what is happening is the province is holding a 2-year pilot program. And as part of that 2-year program, the region of Peel is part of that. So we're going to be working closely with our regional partners to see whether or not they're willing to put forward an application to become a service manager for employment services. A topic that we haven't actually raised in quite some time is around Ontario's cannabis retail rollout. I've circulated a notice that a second store has provided their application. The city did review it. We did provide comments to the application. In addition, last week the province of Ontario did announce a second intake for 50 stores. 42 stores will be for lottery, so this is very similar to the first process. Six of those stores will be located within the GTA region. Brampton is, of course, one of those communities that are eligible. And just to point out, the only communities that can host a cannabis store are those who chose to opt in. 8 of the stores are earmarked specifically for Indigenous communities. They're not running those as a lottery process. It's a first come, first serve. So similar, we'll continue to provide updates as we get this, and once the lottery winners are announced later this summer, probably around the August timeframe, we'll start keeping an eye out for any additional applications for licenses within the city of Brampton. And then lastly, because this announcement did take place in Brampton, I thought that I would just provide a little bit of background in terms of some of the mental health support from the federal level. This is an ongoing discussion point at City Council, so again, this is just one more aspect in terms of supports for mental health and addictions within the community. So that's the update in a nutshell. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, can you talk about the ROPA that the region is going to be voting on this Thursday at all?
Through the mayor, they are hosting one, but I don't have the specific details.
Okay, I can talk about it.
Sure.
So there's a regional official plan amendment on regional council for Thursday, and what the amendment is contemplating is its staff are requesting that we lift the policy on the shale in Northwest Brampton, the freeze on the lands of Northwest Brampton for shale extraction. I think members of council know that we went through a pretty big process of trying to figure out what was happening with this piece of this massive piece of chunk of land. It's been 10 years since the land was frozen, followed by 2 years of consultation and a good public consultation and a good report from I can't remember who the people who did the final report for the recommendations, but unfortunately in those 13 years the region has continuously reached out to the province, and unfortunately the province has never provided any comments until a week ago, where the minister sent a letter directly to Regional Chair Anika requesting that we relook at the lands for shale extraction. I think that it's regional staff's opinion, the chair's opinion, that we go forward with the ROPA. We're very confident that this is the right thing to do. So if any members had any questions that relates to this, I'm happy to move that report on Thursday. But if you have any questions of concerns, please let me know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. And we have, I understand, 2 delegations related to this. 6.2. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Lowell. So we have item 6.2, a report from staff titled Stronger Brampton for a Thriving Canada, Proposed Advocacy Strategy for the 2019 federal election. Do members have any questions regarding this report? Moved by Councillor. Okay, yeah. So we hear the delegations first. Okay. And so before we adopt the government relations, we should hear this one as well. Be it relates to government relations. Okay, so we have a motion from Councillor Bertini, seconded by Councillor Williams, to accept the government relations matters report. All those in favor? Motion carries. Now we'll hear the delegations. Sylvia Roberts first.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. On the first item for the recommendation, it talks about transit. In light of the financial workshop that you all saw yesterday, given the financial pressures facing the city, especially the uncertainty, I think the focus for transit should be putting together a presentation potentially for an Accelerate Part 3. For those who don't remember what that is, that's the funding that eventually turned into what we now call Zoom. It provided, I believe it was total about almost $300 million for that. I believe it was $95 million from each of the federal government, the provincial government, and the city, and that's formed the basis for our modern transportation system, which has been highly effective. In terms of ridership gain per capital cost spending from the government, this has probably been the best performing project. I don't know if there actually has been one that in terms of cost per rider gain has been anywhere near as good in the entire country. So on a value for money case, it was an outstanding proposition. The way that funding worked, it was directly, the money from the federal government went directly to the city. It did not get caught up in any of these financial streams, which seem to be taking a bit longer than one might be hoping for to open up for the city. It was also something that was a bipartisan thing. It was Dalton McGuinty was premier when it was funded by the province, and even Stephen Harper found it as a transit project that he could vote for. So whether it's the Liberals or Conservatives in charge next term, both of them could find solid grounds to support this project. I'm sure the Treasurer could tell you that $100 million to go from the federal government towards the new bus facility would actually be very good from the city's current financial outlook, because that's $100 million of debt you don't have to borrow, and that's money you don't have to allocate every year in order to repay both the interest and the principal. What I've seen is about 1/18 of what you're borrowing is what you have to set aside per year from a number of projects I've seen. So that's saving you more than 1% property tax increase each year for, what, 30 years? 20, 30 years? That would be very important. It's something that doesn't have to go through these streams, and it's something you can do now. If your big ask is for the LRT, the issue is this is a Metrolinx project, which it isn't just provincial jurisdiction. The person who owns the project is the provincial government. So in order to get that money, it would take a much longer time, and that does nothing for the current financial situation, which, given what it looks like is coming down the pipeline, there is some pain coming from the provincial government. They walked back the mid-year cuts, but they basically said they're coming at the beginning of next budget. You should be prepared for it. So we got a temporary reprieve, but it's coming, and we're going to need to figure out how to deal with that. I think we're looking at somewhere between the amount of cost is somewhere between a 1% and a 4% tax increase for that. So for your asks to the federal government for your election strategy, you need to ask for something practical that you can use now and is not going to get gummed up in the stream. So I think asking the federal government for funding for more buses or a new bus facility is the best way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Our next delegation is Fazil Khan.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. I guess on the agenda later is a staff report on the Neighborhood Watch and media engagement with Brampton Focus. Quickly, I know you guys have a long day. Brampton Focus worked closely with Brampton Fire and Emergency Services as well as the communications team to give our input to the report, and we're fully supportive of what the recommendations are. So that's really all I had to say. If there's any questions specific to the report.
Councillor Vicente.
Mr. Chair, through you to the delegation, Mr. Khan, you're on the agenda to speak to that item, but you were going to speak to item 6.2.
Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you.
I thought we were 7.10. With regards to the election, so Brampton Focus, when we first started as an organization, the first thing we did was a all candidates federal leaders debate at the Cyril Clark Theatre, which was well received. We filled the theatre. We also had a table for all of the candidates, one table per party. The Conservative Party decided not to attend, and that was the photograph that the Metroland Media published across Ontario. And as you all know, the federal Conservatives did not win any seats in Brampton. This past fall, we held a city building mayoral debate at the Rose Theatre, and that was also well received. We filled the lower bowl of the theatre, and we could have filled the whole theatre, except it was not reserved seating, so we didn't want to take the chance of having people attend and not have a seat. That was an extremely well received, raucous kind of event, which I think residents appreciate, and we also aired that a week later. What we're proposing with partnership, hopefully from the city and with other community groups this year for the federal election, is a 9:05 Federal Leaders Town Hall. So basically the concept is Brampton would host at the Rose Theatre a town hall late in August before the writ is dropped for the actual campaigning to start, where we invite the federal leaders of the 5 parties, so Liberals, Conservatives, NDP, Green, and also the new party with Maxime Bernier. We invite the leaders, and the proposition to them is this is a 905 municipal debate. So we also want to invite leaders from the 905 region, which spans from Colborne all the way to Fort Erie. It encompasses about 5 million people. So we would like some of those mayors, including our mayor, to be on that panel asking the questions to the federal leaders. So that, and in terms of reach, we know we have to appeal to the federal leaders. It's 5 million people. We want to work with the municipalities across the 905 to have them live stream the debate, sorry, not the debate, the town hall, across their municipalities as well. So we would share that. We want to work with all the media partners, so this is not a Brampton Focus branded thing. It would just be we would call it the 905 Federal Leaders Town Hall or Federal Leaders Municipal Town Hall, where we're asking municipal issues. So we think that could be a great benefit for Brampton just because it puts us in the map nationally. But also if you look at the 905 map, we are right in the center. We're in the center of Peel Region, but Peel Region is also in the center in the 905. So we would love to get council support to say go ahead and try to do this. We have already done a lot of research. We've also already got verbal commitment from Jagmeet Singh when he was in town recently. So we think we have a good message to the leaders, and we would love the city's support in terms of the venue, but also for security, and also for reaching out for your municipal contacts in the 905, and also your federal contacts at the federal level. So that is our proposition. Right now, I don't have anything solid commitment from anybody. to bring to you, but if we do get that, I would like to see council today somehow, in principle, approve the space and covering some of the costs.
So thank you for the very creative idea. Paz on the team from Brampton Focus. I would say I wouldn't make that suggestion contingent on the federal leaders' participation, knowing how this works and how it's now regulated by federal legislation. It may be difficult to get the federal leaders, the ones that are in the lead necessarily don't want additional debates. Having said that, even if we don't get the federal leaders, having a representative from each party, could be a senior minister or candidate expressing their party's positions on key issues that affect Brampton, I think would be a very worthy effort. Questions like, are you going to continue supporting the cybersecurity campus? We learned from the Ryerson experience, when governments change, commitments can change. Asking which parties are going to support the phase 2 of the LRT. I think there are some very specific local 905 issues that could be asked, and I think if they are pressed during an election time to highlight and make more clear their positions, it would be of best interest to Brampton. So I welcome this idea. I think it's a great suggestion, and we can push for commitments on issues that are important to Brampton. So hopefully Councillor Vicente will be drafting something that could accommodate, whether it's something as simple as Brampton providing space to have that type of debate. There'll be parties are most willing to make commitments when they're under the scrutiny and the glare of their electorate in an election period. So I think it's a great idea. Councillor Fertini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Faisal, for coming. You took the questions right out of my mouth. It's mostly regarding what we can do for Brampton. On the panel, how many people do you expect to have on the panel? And are they from Brampton, or are you going to invite from all over here?
So, as the mayor said, the ultimate goal is to get the federal leaders. We know that's going to be tough. Not the backup plan, but the secondary option is to get local leaders. So in terms of the panel, we haven't made those decisions at all because the things are still kind of wide open, but we know the time is short. So what we did at the mayoral debate is we had 4 community members represented on the panel. We'd love to see this to be a community effort, so we would work with whoever's part of the, let's say, the debate team or the town hall team to come up with those decisions.
Have you, second question, maybe also looking at the MPs? Having a debate, and our local ones that they can commit things like the mayor said just for Brampton?
So doing these debates are a lot of work. We would like to do one big event because we know there's other organizations like the Board of Trade who does their debates. This go around, we would like to partner with these organizations to help maybe do the live streams, to help with the event management, to just get the reach out there. In terms of the individual ridings, we don't have a plan for that.
Well, I'm quite, in favor of it. I know Brampton folks has done a great job in the past. I just want to make sure we ask the questions for what we need, all 905. So, like I was telling the mayor before, we need questions, Riverwalk, whatever we need in Brampton. And that's the questions I like to ask them to commit.
Right.
I know the 905 is big, and it might go somewhere else, but we need the funding, not them. So thank you.
If I can address that?
Yeah.
So one of the reasons we wanted to have the 905 debate is because it puts Brampton's, obviously we would hope that Mayor Brown would be the representing Brampton and ask some targeted questions to the federal leaders to what we think could be a national audience.
Yeah. Like our hospital, LRT, Riverwalk, we need money, and we haven't gotten none. So that's what we want. Thank you. Great job.
Okay. Thank you, Faz. I think Councillor Vicente will be working on compared to. Okay, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in keeping with the recommendations that are in item 6.2, I'd like to just also move that the City of Brampton work in partnership with Brampton Focus to establish a debate, a town hall, whatever staff and Brampton Focus choose to call it, to engage with election candidates, specifically to the issues that are important to the city of Brampton, including the issues outlined in item 6.2, and that the city play an important role in detailing what those areas of focus for the debate, the town hall, would be. And for that, it could be one, it could be more than one event to take place between, I suppose, the summer and election day, to take place at a city facility, perhaps the Rose Theatre. That way, it is something that the entire community can look at and focus on to help them advocate our position, but also for them to make their decision come election day. Mr. Clerk, is that clear?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe then, Councillor Vicente, you're moving an amendment to Staff Report 6.2, so you're adding a third recommendation that the city work in partnership with Brampton Focus to establish a town hall to engage federal election candidates on issues important to the city of Brampton, as outlined in the report in item 6.2, for the event or events to take place between the summer and election day at a city venue, perhaps including Rose Theatre, subject to availability.
And I would just need a seconder for that.
You should have a seconder for that amendment. I should point out that there is a report later on today's agenda on the civic events protocol that talks about updating the use of corporate resources policy, and in that proposed update, it is recommending that federal and provincial election candidates be restricted from using city facilities, just as municipal candidates are during an election period. So this is contrary. We'll have to make sure we're mindful of that when council dictates that.
I don't believe that what we're doing here is contrary, because this is essentially a partnership between the city and Brampton Focus as a broadcaster to engage with candidates. It's not an event by said candidates at a city facility.
That's a debate.
Through you, perhaps we could talk about it during the other item, because staff are recommending a prohibition on federal and provincial candidates from using city facilities after the writ is dropped. This would be contrary to that, because the proposed amendment is identifying the potential location to be a city facility.
Before the writ is dropped, or after the writ is dropped?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was, I think, the delegation's request before the writ, but the motion as introduced was between the summer and up until the election.
Yeah, so I think when we get to that protocol, we'll have to revisit that, because following that, and we can even have a municipal debate during the writ at a city facility.
If that's the wish.
Yeah, which I don't think would be the will of council, so let's work on that wordsmithing.
Right, and as for Councillor Vicente's point, you would like to keep it Brampton-centric in regards to the 905 as well, rather than spreading out beyond Mississauga, Halton, Farm.
It should be related to Brampton's needs. That's why we're here.
That's fine.
And that's what 6.2 speaks to.
Right, we were just looking at the grander picture, because basically the 905 is the region that most federal leaders tend to let their candidates speak for themselves. It's very hard to get the leaders to come to the 905. They have no problem going to the 416, but 905 is normally a wasteland for them, and they just let their normal level candidates go, and they very rarely visit the 905 or address 905 needs. And this is one of the reasons why we wanted to centric 905 as well, right? But if you want to keep it to a Brampton, that is something that we'd be more than willing to do. We just need to find out. There's many issues in the 905 that are not addressed by the federal leaders, and we need to change that.
Okay, we have, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Bowman?
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to bring up that we are going to be talking about this later with the protocol. However, Fazal, you were asking also for fees to be eliminated for our security purposes and we've got no official report on anything like that, whether that's costs or anything. So I believe that part of your request is going to have to be referred back to staff to come back with what this is all going to cost in terms of whether it's in-kind services or whatever. So I believe that part we need to refer back to staff to come back to us to tell us what that's going to cost. The other issue I have, this would have to be, I think, in conjunction with Brampton Focus, is that in the wording of this, it sort of looks like we're giving Brampton Focus full and exclusive rights to work with the city on this particular event. I don't know whether there might be some local other media, some ethnic media that also might want to be involved in doing something like this. And that's coming up as well in our discussions later today about our ethnic media runs. So I think we need to look at this a little further, get some costs, figure out how we can get you guys to work with other ethnic media before we go ahead and say, put this in stone. So whether that comes in our meeting in August, I don't know.
If I can address, Councillor. So 2 issues in terms of the cost for security. At the national level, if we have federal leaders, especially the Prime Minister, we anticipate having Peel Police to be there. For the mayoral debate, we just had Brampton's, the Rose Theatre ask us to cover more security costs. So if we're Brampton specific and it's only Brampton representatives, I don't think that's going to be a huge cost. So we actually know what it is. With regards to other media, absolutely. If there's an amendment to the motion, we are more than happy to include all Brampton media and even take our name out of it. Right? We'd love to be part of that, because for the debate to be effective, we have to get broad reach, which means all media have to be involved. Absolutely.
And even during the mayoral debate, basically, we invited all media to attend that event. We just hosted the event because we figured, as the 9th largest city, we should actually have a mayoral debate that represents the 9th largest city.
And I'm in full agreement with that. I just want to make sure that we're not closing it off to any other media.
No, at this point in time, nobody
So
suggested it. That's why we brought it up, right? So we're taking the lead in this. Most times, the different media doesn't hold.
They cover the events. They don't
hold it,
right?
That's the difference from what we've done. So.
Okay. Do we deal with the motion of Councillor Vicente now or at a later point? Okay. We put that on the screen then?
So the amendment is part 3, that the City of Brampton work in partnership with Brampton Focus to establish a debate event to engage with federal election candidates between the summer and election day on important issues, including those identified within the report, and that the city play a key role in determining the topics to be debated at the event, including hosting the event or events subject to facility availability.
Okay, great. All those in favor? All those against? Motion carries.
So
yes. Okay. So I have a motion to receive from Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Paleshi, to receive the 2 delegations from Fazil Khan and Sylvia Roberts. All those in favor? Motion carries. And I have a motion to receive the Stronger Brampton for a Thriving Canada proposed advocacy strategy, moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favor? Motion carries. Oh, Councillor Bowman.
thank you. I guess I wasn't clear in my direction to add an amendment in there that all media be included in this event on the thing we just voted on. So after Councillor Vicente's amendment, I also wanted in that amendment that all media would be invited to this.
Yeah, I think everyone took that as friendly, and that Lowell, who's here, heard that, and Councillor Vicente nodded. So the more attention on Brampton issues, the better. By the more outlets, the better.
Okay.
And it will be captured. I did see, to the clerk, I did see Councillor Vicente nod his head in agreement when Councillor Bowman said that. Councillor Vicente, just to...
Be focused on for this town hall debate will be focused on City of Brampton's and those 5-6 themes identified within our report.
And I'd say, or broader if there's other Brampton issues. Yeah.
Transit, there's no question we can make that broad. I think that's going to be a 905 wide, but I just want to make sure that the priority for us is to focus on the needs within the City of Brampton.
Yes. All those in favor, again, just to be clear?
If I can make one last comment. We don't actually need our name in there, so if you just put all media, that would suffice, and I think it would make it more receptive to the other media if our name wasn't in there. And so whatever meetings do happen, if other media are invited, I think that would be a...
The duration of the project. Can you give us just a little bit of a background, not quick, because I know we've got a lot of delegations waiting to speak. Just what it's about and when we might expect the pilot to start.
Sure. Through the mayor to the councillor to council. Back at FCM joined the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy for a joint pilot within Canada. So the Covenant is led by the European Union. It includes, I think, 7,000 municipalities in 56 different countries. The initiative really started back in 2015, 2016. There are a number of Canadian municipalities that already have become members of the Covenant. And the Covenant really is members who are dedicated to climate change, so adaptation, mitigation, reduction in greenhouse gases. So communities like Edmonton, Toronto, Mississauga, Caledon, they're all currently members there. So what FCM is now trying to do with the Covenant is trying to expand it and get a foothold within Canada. So as Councillor Willens mentioned, they are opening up a 20 to 42-year pilot for communities to engage those who are committed in climate change reduction strategies. You do not necessarily have to currently be a member of the Covenant to join this pilot. However, if you are selected to be in this pilot, you will put your attention to that Covenant. You do not have to be part of the pilot to join it, so I think it is an initiative that we may want to consider to join as part of our climate change emergency and a variety of other initiatives. My understanding from speaking to FCM, the intake for the communities who wishes to express their time in late September and October, and at that point we would have to make our commitment to the Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy.
Thank you, Lowell. And I think it's important that regardless of whether or not we get selected into the pilot, I think we should join the Global Covenant of Mayors, because we're already doing a lot of stuff. And the Covenant is the largest global coalition for local governments across the world. So I think it's important that we do. So I'd like to give direction, if I could, with Mayor and Council's approval, to have staff take the appropriate steps in signaling our interest in participating in the pilot, and also, and then come back with a report whether there's a motion that we have to pass later on when we find out from the Covenant. And also, Lowell, there's maybe you could come back with a report on this. There was also a federal government announcement funding climate change through an atmospheric fund. And I know Toronto has an atmospheric fund now, and this is something the federal government's doing now. So maybe you could work with our staff, Michael Hoy, I know he's involved with a lot of that, and find out what funding might be available, because it ties in nicely with our energy plan we're having now. So maybe that could be part of the report when you come back.
Sure. Through the mayor, we can take that back as
great. Thank you very much. Great idea, Councillor Willens. Councillor Santos, briefly.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I totally support that. Thank you, Councillor Willens, for bringing it forward, and I think we should try to aggressively be on that in that pilot if we can.
Yeah, great work, Councillor Willens, on identifying this as an opportunity. Do we need a motion for that? Okay. Great.
So, Mr. Mayor, the next item would be added delegation 7.9. This is in regard to new business item 17.3 from Councillor Fortini regarding the Islamic Society at 8450 Torbram. And there was council decision to have this delegation first among the delegations.
Okay. So if we can have representatives from the Torbram Masjid, and Councillor Fortini, are you going to speak to this motion for? Okay.
Just to share with you that we requested the light in 2000 when our mosque was being built, and now it's 2019 and we don't have a light. It's really, time is past now, and we made other arrangement ourselves to make only right turn. So really there's no need for us to get a light. So we request you to return the money back, please.
Actually, we have a several meeting with the city and our councillor, and every time they told us 2015, then they told us 2017, then they told us maybe 2020, 21, 23, and we are not sure. So we don't know how long it will take more.
So you've been waiting 19 years for a light?
Yes, of course.
Almost 19 years.
Every time we have a meeting, they keep telling us maybe 2 year, 3 year, right? We have a recently meeting 2 weeks ago, and they said maybe in 22, 23, we are not too sure yet. So we don't know where we're standing still.
So the ward councillor, I believe, has a suggestion and a solution, and I can tell you I'm very familiar with this issue as well, getting an earful about it whenever I come to visit our friends at the Torba Masjid. So Councillor Fertini.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, just a little highlight, 2014, they came to me asking for a light, and we did meet with staff at the time, and what ended up happening is that they said Torbram was going to be wide in 2017, and they're going to get a light. 2017 came along, they said 2019. We met, all of us with staff 2 weeks ago. They're saying, we're not sure now, 2021, 2023. This has been going on since 2000. You know, it's going to be 25 years, they still don't have a light. And the money's been sitting there. I added it up, 92,000 should be 236,000. We should owe money back with the interest, money sitting there. So I'm requesting to give the money back, the 92,000. We're not going to put a light no more. I met with them on the site, and that's all we have to do is make a right in, because they're just going south anyway, and meet with staff and see how we could accommodate the right in and just give the money back, because this has been going on almost 24 years now.
And also the light really won't be that much effective now.
Right, and
Traffic is
looking at
gone,
that,
but
and I seen there's a light on Clark, one further down. Putting another light there is just going to cause more traffic and more problems. So I think maybe returning the money back, the 92,000 without interest, but still, and work out a plan just to cut the curb. There's lots of room there on the grass, and make a right in before the winter this year. So that's the motion I'm requesting. It's second by the mayor. And we can meet with staff sometimes, maybe at the end of this month or first week of August, see how we work it out with them on the right in. Because it's only a right in, and on the exits a right in south. Okay.
Councillor Paleshi, and then Councillor Williams.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't disagree with the councillor, but this is an added item, right? There's no report before us. I'm perplexed as to why this is before us and not handled on our day-to-day business, but I understand that maybe the councillor felt the need to bring it forward because there was some maybe some unfortunate discussions that he had. So I'm in support, but I don't support doing anything before a report comes forward. So I'll move for referral back to staff for a report.
Okay. Do you want to respond to that, Councillor
I'll
Fertini?
hold the referral until members have spoken.
Thank you. So, I understand we always send it back to staff, but this is 21 years. How many times we got to go back and forth? So, I'm bringing it forward now because it's our last council meeting, and we just had a discussion 2 weeks ago with staff, with them, and they're saying maybe 2021, 2023. They said the same thing in 2014, 2017. You know, it's been 25 years. And I think they had a lot of patience. So returning the money is not, it's the best way to get it resolved. Forget about the light. And yes, we do send it to staff, but It's our last council meeting, we cannot wait till September. And it's gone to staff many times, and we're gonna send it back. So that's what I'm requesting, and my motion stands to return their money back. Having the money sitting there 23 years is, it's pretty shameful, putting these people on hold. And just cut the curb in, right in.
Councillor Williams, also in her ward.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. A couple of things. I'm interested in a report back because I think we need to see, 20, that's a long time, over 20 years. If you took out a loan, you would have interest collected on that loan, right?
Yes.
Exactly. You'd be expected to pay all of that back. And we've been holding your money for such a long time. And you're being very gracious in saying, we'll accept only the $90,000 that you paid to the city. So I would like to see, we should be paying you interest. This is a very long time, and you should be getting a lot more back from us. And so that's just my 2 cents, and I'm very disappointed that it's taken so long for a decision to be made. And thank you.
Well, if I could say on behalf of society, if we do get interest, we'll give back the donation to the city of Brampton. Because we don't take interest. As a donation.
Councillor Fertini again?
Motion on the floor. Going back to staff, back and forth. How long are we going to go back and forth? This has been on many years. 2014, 2016, 2017, and we were just back there again 2 weeks ago. So I'm not going to delay this another year, because if we don't do it now, September's going to come back for a report. Then we're going to go through another winter, and it's going to go another year. So I want to keep the motion on the floor to return the money back and just to cut the curb.
So do you want to put the motion on the screen so everyone knows what they're voting for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're going to need a few minutes because we don't have enough details about the motion, and it needs a seconder. While we're getting the motion up, I should point out that this matter was added to the agenda as new business, as 17.3, as well as the delegation. So because the item is on the agenda, a delegation can speak to the item, and a member can move that council take an action on this. So this is not treated as a delegation for which there is no information, because council added the item on the agenda. So council can make a decision today. However, I don't have enough information to know what the quantum is of the amount, specifically for what, so, and whether there's a deferral moved or referral moved, I'll leave that to council.
Do we want to stand this down for 5 minutes while you work on the motion, and we can do the next delegation? Can we do that?
Yes, that would be helpful, thank you.
Okay. So just hang tight. And can I ask one question before we break? Is that your preference to deal with this today, or would you like to have a staff report?
No, this is our preference.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go to the next delegation while we work on this. And what's the next delegation?
The next delegation, Mr. Mayor, would be 7.1, which is in regards to possible delegations on the proposed amendment to the user fee bylaw for transit division user fee changes. And Sylvia Roberts has requested to delegate on this item. And because public notice was given on these proposed amendments to the user fees, any other person in attendance is welcome to come forward to speak to this item.
So Sylvia Roberts first?
Yes.
There's a PowerPoint for this. Hello again, I guess. I'm Sylvia Roberts. This is on the proposed transit changes. Well, the changes to the user fee specifically on transit. It's a case of a number of you talked about this as fighting poverty, I believe was how it was framed. But if you look at actual modern data for Peel region, that doesn't actually make that much sense. Right here, this is from the United Way. So what you can see is that in Peel region, it's 25 to 64 have actually seen real incomes go down. In the 25 to 34 range, it's gone down substantially. The primary exception to this has been seniors. So you framed this as fighting poverty, but you're giving it to a group that has actually done much better than the rest of the region, which seems slightly peculiar. There's also the issue of not just real average income adjusted for inflation, it's also the question of rising costs. Housing has gone up dramatically here, and the people who would actually be the most insulated from this would be seniors, because statistically, they're vastly more likely to have a rent-controlled apartment or a house, which they very likely actually own outright, in which case they're insulated from the current market costs, whereas younger people are definitely not from that. Then you have the issue of tuition skyrocketing. It's now, for a number of degrees, it's $20,000 per year for tuition. When many of you are in college, that's probably tuition for your entire time, even adjusted for inflation. It has gone up that much. If you look here, this is from CBC. This is actually Stats Canada data. What you can see is the senior poverty rate is 3.9% for the country. The child poverty rate is actually 9%, and for working age adults, it's even higher than that. So if you're looking at the population, the group with the lowest poverty rate is seniors, which continues to make the why is this being framed as anti-poverty. Here we have a press release from the federal government saying we're giving thousands of dollars more to seniors than compared to 2015, which is when a number of that data actually ended. So it's the group that has been getting the most benefits is seniors. Poverty among seniors has fallen 90% over the last 40 years. If you talk to the Mississauga Seniors Council, they say the number of seniors in poverty has gone up 30%. That's technically true, but the number of seniors has gone up more than 100% in the same time period. So in fact, the actual rate has fallen dramatically. Here is your current Presto rates before you've amended the fees. Up top is the city's rates, and down below in blue is the region's rates. What you can see is seniors currently pay less than a poor 6-year-old. If $52 a month is too much for a senior without means testing, how is $64 for a 6-year-old reasonable, especially given the dramatic child poverty rate? It's risen substantially. In Peel, if you look at food bank usage, it's between 30 and 40% of people who are the beneficiaries of food banks are children. If you look at seniors, it's more like 6%. When in terms of actual raw numbers, they're much more close to equal in terms of share of the population. It's a case of if you look at almost any transit system, young adults who make up the substantial portion of the ridership, they tend to be much lower income, especially if you look at Peel regions where the 2015 data showed that for Brampton, it's 30,000, so even less than the Peel average. When you look at housing cost and food, there is literally nothing left. That's why you have basement apartments, rooming houses, and in Brampton, you even get to split a room, so you can try to have rent that you can possibly afford. So it's why is this focus on seniors? When you passed this motion, it looked like you were funding it with, well, the federal government's going to give us money for this capital project, so we won't need to repay the debt on that. But to my knowledge, that money didn't show up. So you're reducing your income, but you're increasing your expenses, and there's no way to pay for that. Is this Doug Ford's government? That's what it really looks like, where you're slashing revenue but taking on this kind of stuff. This was not a well thought out thing, and there's very good reason staff suggested this was not appropriate for council
Sylvia,
to do.
So we've
That is my delegation.
Exasperated the time. Are there any other delegations on this? Seeing none, we have the following delegations to the council meeting of July 10th, 2019. proposed amendment user fee bylaw, Transit Division user fee. Sylvia Roberts, moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Santos. All those in favor? Motion carries. The next delegation is the Marysfield Neighborhood Character Review Study. Well, Councillor Fertini is, yeah, this is a 5-minute, right, Peter? Yeah.
Got a presentation.
Yes. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Presentation will be loading shortly here. The purpose of the presentation today is I'm just providing an overview of the recommendations that are before you today. These are the same recommendations in the report that was before Planning Committee on June 3rd. However, at that meeting, we didn't make this presentation, so I just thought I would just provide a quick overview of these recommendations. So the Marysfield neighborhood, I'm sure you're all aware, is just on the south side of Mayfield Road and east of the Gore Road. The name of the road is Marysfield, and there's also St. Patrick's Road. So it's right here at the top of the screen. This is generally the area of the Marysfield neighborhood. The genesis of the study dates back to a council direction back from 2011 to undertake a policy review with respect to severances that have been going on in the estate residential area, specifically the Marysfield neighborhood. So as a result, a few years later, the city initiated a focused study of Marysfield, which is really to look at the character-defining elements of the Marysfield neighborhood, to identify how those elements can be protected, and then to recommend an official plan, policies, and zoning bylaw amendment to implement findings of a report. So just a quick overview, just some key characteristics that are important to note of the Marysfield neighborhood. So in the estate residential area, you have a minimum lot size of 0.8 hectares, which is 2 acres. The Marysfield neighborhood is a little bit different, where many of the existing lots are smaller than 0.8 hectares, as small as an acre, which is 0.4 hectares. You have here also the existing lot frontages, which is another characteristic. The minimum lot frontage in estate residential areas is 45 meters, and we find that despite these smaller lot sizes that exist in Marysfield, the majority of these lots do have a minimum frontage of 45 meters. There's actually only 6 lots that do not meet that minimum 45 meters, and 5 of those 6 are because those lots were created through a severance application. So that's an important thing to note. In terms of the policy recommendations, there's 4 general recommendations. The first one is to recognize and identify residential character areas in the official plan. So this would be within the unique communities policies of the official plan. To recognize within these unique communities, we do have some areas with a unique identity, or what we can call a residential character area. The second recommendation would be to go from there, identify Marysfield as a residential character area, and to say these are the elements through a character statement that make Marysfield unique, such as the Rosary Street pattern of Marysfield, the rural cross-section, the smaller lot size, the sense of open space in the community. And then the third policy recommendation is to identify criteria for severances in Marysfield. So making sure that severances, if they are proposed, must adhere to minimum lot size and lot frontage requirements, and also linking back, again, to the residential character area policies. And then the last policy recommendation was for a future study to be undertaken to look at whether Marysfield neighborhood should be identified as a cultural heritage landscape within the city of Brampton. So this would be subject to future study. Briefly, the zoning changes. On the far right column, you see the colored cells represent what zoning regulations are changing from the existing requirement, and I'll just go through those. There's 6 of them. The first one is recognizing the existing lot sizes, many of which are 0.4 hectares, slightly larger, and bringing down that minimum lot size to 0.4 hectares from 0.8. Mind you, keeping the minimum 45 meter lot frontage. The second one is lot coverage. Currently, there's no requirement for lot coverage. Putting a 10% lot coverage on a 0.4 hectare lot still allows you to have a building footprint of approximately 4,300 square feet. This would be over one floor, and this would exclude accessory structures. But this is a way to regulate the massing on the property. The third recommendation, we have side yard setback minimums in the bylaw, but we want to make sure that recognizing that some houses are really close to the existing side lot line, when a new house is built, let's ensure that we do have a minimum 15 meters away to the next house. The next one, maximum front yard depth. So we have a minimum front yard depth of 12 meters, but this is a way to make sure that we're not setting the house too far back in the front yard so that it would extend beyond the neighboring houses. So putting a range of where that front wall should be. The next one is minimum front yard landscaping. So currently,
I'm going to we're exceeded the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe we'll
I
just
can
ask for a minute to wrap up. Is that okay? Thank you.
Sure, and I'm almost finished. So this is making sure that of the required landscaping, 75% of that requirement should be soft landscaping, and this is to go to that sense of greenery and open space. And then the last recommendation is driveway width. So, this is just getting at making sure that the driveway is not the predominant feature on a property, and capping it at 6 meter maximum to a point 10 meters from the street line, and then you can widen. This makes sure that the streetscape remains consistent and you have that sense of open space. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions, we have a motion from Councillor Pertini, seconded by Councillor Santos, that the presentation be received. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go back to Councillor Pertini's item, if we could put it on the screen. And just for a little bit of clarification, one of the reasons the interest can't be returned is under Islamic law, they don't accept interest. The ward councillors, Williams and Fertini, is there anything else you want to say with this wording here?
We have a meeting in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks with staffs available to Walter and see how we can cut the road and get it done before this year, because it's on the 20th year and it's gone back and forth already. Nothing's happened. That's how I just wanted to add that. And the same will actually look at that because they have to do work out there anyway, and the road cutting and stuff, that little curve there will be done at the city when we're doing the work out there for the new sidewalks.
Okay, maybe I'll ask the Public Works and Engineering staff to speak to that.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So I wasn't familiar with this prior to about 5 minutes ago, so I'm catching up quickly. But yes, I spoke with my staff, and my understanding is in conversations with the councillor and the Islamic Center, we've identified a way in which we can put barrier in flexible barrier in the middle of Torbram that would make the driveway basically function as right in, right out, and therefore preclude the need for the left turns in and the traffic signal. And so that improvement is something we could move on fairly quickly to have in place. So,
Councillor Williams?
I would just like to add, have it written there that these changes to the road cuts will not come out of the 90,000 that the masjid has already put in, that this is covered by the city. All of this will be covered by the city.
if I can, through Mr. Chair, again, my understanding is this funding came out of a site plan application many years ago, and yes, at the time, the agreement apparently was that the municipality would cover all the intersection improvement costs when Torbram was widened to include the left turn lane, property requirements and so on to provide access. That would already be the City of Brampton's costs. The only cost that was allocated to the property owner was the traffic signal, and that money set aside. So yes, it would be consistent for us indeed to pay those costs.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion before us, and the clerk would like to speak to it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wish to correct something I said earlier. So this item was added to the agenda by a two-thirds vote by Councillor Fortini as 17.3, a discussion item. And also there was the addition of the related delegation, 7.9, I believe it was. So that legitimized the item as being before council. And I alluded to earlier that that then means that council could take an action, an affirmative action on this. However, in referring back to council's procedure bylaw, the procedure bylaw is very specific that a delegation regarding a matter for which there is no staff report on the agenda for that meeting shall be received without comment by members on the subject, and the matter shall be referred to staff for a report unless there's a simple majority to receive the delegation. So in the past, so my advice, as per council's rules, is this matter should be referred back to staff for a report back, or just received. And if council wishes to take an affirmative action, such as the motion that's proposed on the screen, council would need to waive its procedure bylaw, which is a two-thirds vote of council.
Councillor Fortini?
This already came once or twice in the last term, 2014, 2017, a staff report of widening the road. That's why I said we keep going back and forth now, and my understanding was also done before that, 2016. So the staff report, we're gonna wait for another one. We're back where we started. That's why I added, maybe this should have been added maybe a month ago, but we just met with staff finally 2 weeks ago. That's why, but if we need two-thirds, that's fine.
Councillor, was that a question or a comment?
No, just a comment. The staff report, went back and forth on this.
Okay. So maybe that is a question to the clerk. If there's been pre-existing staff reports, does that requirement still apply?
It still applies because the matter that's before us was added at the start.
Yeah.
There hasn't been any notice given besides the principals that are here. Staff aren't prepared, and council's entitled to full and detailed information before it makes an informed decision.
Okay, and in terms of staff not prepared, in fairness, I've been in a number of staff meetings on this topic where I got pulled into by the ward councillors, so we've had a few staff meetings on this. Yeah. Councillor Palashi.
So so procedurally, I cannot support going forward. I think that I completely understand what the message is going through. Councillor Willens and I have dealt with very similar issues in our area and resolved those issues prior to it escalating to 19 years. And so I don't see what's wrong with, you've waited 19 years. I don't see what's wrong waiting 3 more months for a staff report to come back. So I will put a referral on unless, because we have such a lengthy meeting, maybe it would be appropriate for myself anyways, if there are other reports that have come to council on the road widenings and the rationale as to why we haven't put up the light, maybe we can move this item to the end of the agenda and give staff an opportunity to dig up those reports and come before council, because it now is in the hands of council to make this decision, to actually have the discussion. I don't ever believe that we should make a decision without a staff report or without staff putting in their side of it. So those are my 2 options. If you don't want to refer it to the end of the meeting, then I'll refer it to the next meeting of council.
Okay, Councillor Williams just asked me if we could have a response from the speakers. Procedurally, is that okay? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to explain, for the last 5-6 years, because the left turn is so difficult now, and it's dangerous, and many accidents happen in that area, we have stopped making a left turn. We only make the right turn now. If you go there, you see the nice signs up attached there that nobody can make no left turn, only go right turn. If we get the light, it's really going to get more congestion now. The community is used to make a right turn, and only on Friday And when the school finish, we have some more traffic, so they make a right turn, and it's working now. So if we stop the light, if you give a light, they're still going to go and use the right turn from the second entrance, because too much close to the Belmore light anyway now. What we've seen is going to be big line up there. So it's not practical now to have a light there now. So we request you, inshallah, help us to make us the right turn properly. There might be some, city signs are required, so it's get more official, that there's only right turn allowed. Only people can make, left turn from the second entrance, but not from the main entrance.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that, the masjid they're requesting something that's, I think, extremely easy for the city, the councilors and staff to have that discussion. If they would like signs put up, that certainly doesn't need a council decision. That needs the area councilors to have a discussion with staff to get some sign indications up. And I'm glad that
We had, in the last meeting, they agreed that they will make the main entrance such a way that nobody can make left turn.
So, and I
All
guess
you have to do that.
installing a median is maybe where this is starting to lean to, and maybe that requires a council decision. I don't know.
If I can jump in, Mr. Chair. So my understanding from my staff is what we would use are flexible bollards on the center line. So that's something we can install very quickly, and you're right, we don't need council direction on that. So that is something we could act on, and it's totally council's decision, but if you did decide to wait for a report, and I think we could bring that to the first council meeting, we could still act on making it prohibited for left turns immediately. We don't need to wait for the report to do that. So I just put that out there for your information.
We need a report because we're talking about money. We have not heard from staff as to why we've come to this situation. We've heard there's three sides to every story. And the side of staff and somewhere in the middle we have yet to hear. So that's why I'm not in support of this. Procedurally, this is the wrong thing to do. You've heard from staff, they're happy to start work and putting the temporary bollards up to help. And I think that's what you're asking for, and that's what you want. So that doesn't need our approval. Let your counselors and staff deal with that for you, and that's the right thing to do. But on the money side of this is the wrong thing to do.
So,
But I'm not against what you're trying to do. I'm not against trying to give the money back. I'm against procedurally, this isn't the way the city should be operating. Because like I said, we've dealt with this before, but we've dealt with it through staff. And if we make this decision here today, there'll be people lined up. We hold securities for lights all the time, and do not install the lights until it's appropriate. There'll be people lined up that come before us and ask us for the securities back.
Your matter you was talking about, you done before. Have you waited 19 years for that?
Oh, absolutely.
19 years?
Oh, absolutely. But they're developers and they have lots of money. And I know that that's why you're here today. And I'm not, again, I'm not saying, I'm not against what you're saying here. I'm saying 3 months.
Meeting with us.
It's 3 months. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I don't want to get into debate. If I could just try to bring this, we have a heavy agenda today. If the 2/3 motion is unsuccessful, and Councillor Paleshi has said that he would make the referral. I know there's some interest in treating this with urgency, so hopefully we can find out if the 2/3 meets the requirement. If not, the backup option is to delay to September.
Shouldn't my referral go first?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Paleshi has spoke to the possibility of introducing a referral, but he stood it down, so I haven't heard that he's actually referred.
So I'm moving the referral.
So if a referral motion is moved, a referral motion takes precedent over the main motion, and that vote would be voted on first, and that's a simple
If I
majority.
could ask the clerk, if those who are voting for the 2/3 vote against the referral so they can get to the 2/3, could the referral be brought back again after?
Sorry, are you asking if the referral motion loses, which is a simple majority to carry, and then a vote is placed to deal with this, to waive the
With the
procedure
2/3,
bylaw?
and 6 people vote for the 2/3, but not 2/3, then could a referral then be voted on?
No, you've lost.
So what I'm going to
It could be-
suggest then.
the matter could be received.
So what I'm going to suggest is then we should vote on the 2/3 first, and then as a fallback, if there's not two-thirds, vote on the referral.
You can't do that either, you've
Mr.
lost.
Mayor, one thing.
Now
I
you
mean,
need 2/3 to reopen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the referral motion loses and the two-thirds motion to waive the procedure bylaw loses, another version of a referral motion could be introduced, which could be considered.
Okay, good.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Maybe that make it 100% motion. City didn't ask us to take a light. We requested for light. Now we're saying we don't want a light.
Yeah.
So what's the issue now?
More information
No,
now
what's the
coming.
issue? No, I mean, city didn't ask us to make a light. We requested, and we're saying we don't want a light now.
Okay,
Why we really-
so try to avoid the back and forth. We now have 3 more items on the agenda, 3 more speakers. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I understand this completely, and I do support you getting the money back. I would have supported.
But if you don't give us money back, we're not going to have a light anyway.
No. But my question is to staff, and again, and I support you on this, there's no issue. The question to staff is, or Joe, I guess, this is a procedural issue. A procedural issue. Has council in the past, I can't remember, we might have we ever voted in council to cut a check to somebody that day without a report?
Through the mayor, based on my time at the city and my recollection of history, which is limited compared to some others here, the answer is no.
Okay, I fully support you, but I also support the procedures that we have to abide by in council. And again, it might be 2 months when we get the report back and we give you your money back. But again, we've got procedures that we have to abide by here in council, and that's why I support the referral back. But believe me, I do support you getting your money back as well. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Fertini.
How many times you got to, so, you buy a home, you put a down payment, you never move in for 21 years. So if that's the report's coming back, let's look at all the lights that we have security deposit in Brampton. These guys requested the light, and the city said yes 21 years ago. It's not the city who approached them. And if the city staff already keeps saying next year, it's been, how long are these people gonna have to wait? The staff already said when we met last week, it's not a problem to put the curb in and put a light, and we'll reimburse them. And now I'm just asking to reimburse them, they want their money back. It's been sitting there 21 years. I wanna know if we have our money sitting somewhere 21 years. So I'm still gonna keep the motion on the floor, request their money back, and just continue doing what staff's doing. They put their own sign in, right in and right out going southbound. We did not put in as a city. They're doing it because it's causing traffic and accidents.
Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. I just want to say it's been 20 years that you had requested. There's been a number of meetings with staff. Procedural bylaws are, just the correct term, broken or bypassed. It's common. So I don't think it's a big issue. You're not a business. You're here to serve the people. You do community work. You do a lot of great work in the community. You have a school there as well. And I think the money, rather than sitting in the pockets of the city, is better used back in your pockets. And 20 years is too long. It's just, to me, it's common sense and logical. Again, many councillors here bypass these procedural bylaws all the time. So I'm in the favor of giving the money back to you in the congregates.
Okay, Councillor Williams, and then we'll.
Yeah, just thank you, through you, Mayor. To the staff, how long will it take to return the money if we waive procedure by law and vote in favor of the motion today?
So, to you, Mayor, can you please repeat?
If we waive procedure by law and vote in favor of the motion to return the money immediately, how long will it take for them to receive the funds?
I would have to check with finance staff, but my sense is 2 to 3 weeks is what I'm assuming.
2 to 3 weeks. And if we request a report report back, if we vote to defer, and we press to report back, how long will that take for it to come back to council?
The report would come back first meeting of council in September, and depending on the direction, shortly thereafter, 2 or 3, whatever, once that direction is given, 2 to 3 weeks after that, the check could be released.
Okay, so 2 to 3 weeks puts us at the end of July. 2 to 3 weeks puts us at the end of July, you would receive your funds. And if we don't waive procedure bylaw, you would receive your funds probably by the end of November. October, I'm sorry, because you did say September.
Mid-September.
Mid-September. So it's about you'd be waiting about 2 months. How do you feel about waiting 2 months?
I don't think so, we have to wait now.
You don't, sorry?
No, we don't.
We've been waiting 19 years,
Yeah,
so what the
19
heck now,
years.
yeah.
So you're saying because you've been waiting
Enough is
19
enough.
years, 2 months is no big deal? Or you've been waiting 19 years, so you want the money now? Which one?
We have several meetings with the city. Every time they said next year, next year.
But even 2 months, what will change? When the customer don't want the light, what they're going to do?
I'm sorry?
I mean, we don't want the light anymore. What they're going to discuss next 2 months?
I think they're saying there's no point in further
What
delay.
the board is gonna say, we said we don't want a light anymore,
Okay.
right?
So what they going to do?
Today or tomorrow, or after 2 months, or 6 months, what's gonna make difference?
If I can make the suggestion
Thank
to
you.
Councillor Fertini, since you added me as the seconder, I'm fine if the ward councillor wants to be the seconder.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Pelletier has moved referral. And so the referral motion takes precedent. So council should vote first on the referral of the motion and this matter back to staff for report back to council. The first meeting is September 11th.
And so just to be clear, if you want to vote for Councillor Fertini Williams' motion, vote against the referral. If you want to support the referral.
Mr. Mayor, no, that's not accurate. That's not accurate.
Yeah, we're voting for Councillor Pelletier's motion. But if you vote on Councillor Pelletier's motion, you can't vote on Councillor Fertini's motion. Is that correct? You can. We can vote on both.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the referral motion carries, then the matter is done and it's referred off to staff. If the referral motion does not carry and a motion's placed to waive the procedure bylaw, members are free to vote however they wish as long as the 2/3 is achieved.
But my question is, if Councillor Pelletier's motion is successful, then we would not be voting on Councillor Fertini's.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. Councillor Pelletier.
So just to make this very clear, the referral motion is not against giving you the money back. That's not what it's against. The referral motion is about procedure and protocol here at the City of Brampton. That's what it's about. It's not putting, excuse me, Councillor Fortini, it's not putting any one councillors or community members against each other. The only thing that I'm advocating for here today is to do procedurally what I believe we should be doing. That's the only thing that I'm advocating here for today with this referral motion. It's not putting anybody against each other.
Okay, okay, let's keep this to. No. So, Councillor Fertini, anything else on this? No. Okay, Councillor. Okay. We don't need any additional commentary. Councillor Vicente.
Mr. Mayor, call the question, please.
Standing. All those in favor of calling the question?
No, you don't need to.
Any members who haven't spoken wish to speak?
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, a motion of referral has been placed, moved by Councillor Pelletier. It's a procedural motion, does not require a seconder. The motion is, my apologies, is not on the screen. It's on my screen. That the delegation from the representatives of the Masjid located at 8450 Torbram Road to the council meeting of July 10th regarding the traffic light not yet located in front of the Masjid and the proposed motion be referred to staff for a report thereon. The expectation is the report will come back at the September 11th council meeting. All in favor of the referral motion? It's a procedural motion, so a seconder is not required. All in favor of the referral motion, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Bowman, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens. All opposed to the referral motion, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed is Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. Mr. Mayor, the referral motion does not carry.
Okay, now Councillor Fortini's motion?
So Councillor Fortini's motion is to waive the procedure bylaw, which is a procedural motion, requires a 2/3 vote. Was a recorded vote requested on that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it a recorded vote?
All in favor of, so this is just to waive the procedure bylaw, not to vote in favor of the motion. All in favor of waiving the procedure bylaw, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Brown, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. All opposed to waiving the procedure bylaw, please stand to be counted. Showing opposed is Councillor Bowman, Councillor Paleshi, and Councillor Willens. Mr. Mayor, the required 2/3 has been achieved. The vote is 8-3. So the motion, which is on the screen, is now before council for consideration.
Okay. Call the question again. There's members on the board? Okay. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as staff, why is it taking so long to either put up the light or come to the conclusion that the light's not wanted? Why not the expansion of Torbram Road?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is the light was contingent upon a widening of Torbram Road to 6 lanes and a left turn lane to provide access to this property. That project has not proceeded, and I think it's not proceeded on a number of bases in terms of other priorities the city had and the actual growth and volume on Torbram. So it's currently, as I understand it, planned for 2021, the widening. There was consideration given to putting in a traffic signal, if you like, a temporary on the 4-lane cross section, but clearly that would be a throwaway cost as you widen the road, so it would add cost. And the traffic studies that were done did not indicate that the warrants were met to install it yet. So that's really what's transpired over a course of a number of years. I think correctly so, the operation by making it right in, right out has solved a lot of the challenges and has meant that traffic signals aren't needed today. One can speculate, and I'm sorry I don't have enough of the background as to whether or not in the longer term with a widening of Torbram, whether or not signals are needed. But clearly I do hear and understand what the community members are asking for here.
So in relation to the Ahmadiyya Mosque on Highway 10, very similar road, in that area, Highway 10 to Torbram. There is future expansion, although, we haven't really discussed the future expansion of Highway 10. There were securities taken in terms of the improvement in the front area. I think that mosque construction was completed in 2015 maybe. And just a month ago, we started construction on the right in, right out, left in. Can you let me understand what kind of that difference is in the two locations and why the construction, and I think they're similarly close to stoplights within maybe 300 meters. Is the Majid that is here before us today, what's the distance of the next stoplight, and did that come into effect when we determined our...
Through Mr. Chair, so I apologize, Councillor, I'm not that familiar with it. It is a significant distance to the traffic lights in this situation, so there isn't an available, if you like, control that's nearby for anyone who would be crossing in that. What we have done is make some adjustments to the traffic signal operations at either end during those hours of operation when there's a lot of activity to try and create more gaps in that. But I would suggest it's not unusual with with projects of this nature where it's based on a widening of the road and there's a number of other things to take into consideration, the utilities and land requirements and that a period of time goes by. Certainly this has been far too lengthy and is a real challenge, and so right turn operation would be protected and reinforced, because right now it is voluntary. They've done a number of steps, and we can assist with making that a more firm thing. I think there was some additional observations, traffic studies that were done about the demand at the location and looking at that. And my understanding was that there was going to be a further discussion about how to move forward on the right in, right out aspect. And sorry, if I may as well, what I did hear was that the staff that attended had reinforced that the city's policy or procedure on this would not be to return the funds.
Okay.
That would be held for the widening.
Okay. And with the comments about making any changes there now, and you had said that we can go ahead and start the work on. Are those the breakdown control measures, the ones that the temporary bollards that come out in the wintertime? And is that what we're still looking at doing? Or are we looking at more of a permanent solution with respect to this motion?
Again, I'll preface it by saying I don't have real firm, detailed information. My understanding, though, is yes, we're looking at the flexible bollards that can be attached to the center line. Those can be in year-round. They clearly, in the winter, have a high mortality rate when our snow plows go through, but we can keep them in year-round, and so it would be a year-round solution. I don't think we'd be wanting to do any concrete-type construction until we're doing the widening, because once again, that would be a throwaway cost, and if there's a widening anticipated in now in about 2 years' time, we wouldn't do that normally. Although if it's relatively minor, if it's a minimum, an adjustment to make this work, I think ultimately we want this to be safe and operational for everyone involved.
I guess my final question would relate to the securities, and the securities that we take for development, developers, businesses, or not-for-profit. Is there any difference in the amount of security that we take when talking about, so there's different types of securities, but if we're relating this directly to a street light, and the street light is a hard cost, but do we have any consideration in such like a not-for-profit or a business or the other levels of government or anything like that?
I'd have to look to my peers. I'm not aware of any special consideration that's given to that here.
I was going to look to your peers too. I didn't expect you to do that. Anyone? Anyone?
Sorry, what was the question?
Question is, do we provide a special consideration for this type of land use and not-for-profit, take less money on a site plan application than we would if it was a commercial property, is my understanding.
Yeah, any type of opportunities for, if it's a not-for-profit as opposed to a business type, do we take that into consideration?
Through the chair, it's possible, but that would, I'd have to go back and validate whether or not that is feasible or not.
Okay, so we could charge a different rate to, say, a development or developer as opposed to not-for-profit or commercial building?
Again, this is something I'd like to go back and talk to finance staff to ensure I gave you the right, accurate information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed the fact that we don't have the staff report and the time, so I'm not disappointed with staff's inability to answer the questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add that, it's been 20 years that the city has decided to not make a decision with respect to this particular area of Brampton. And we know that going forward that lane expansions are going to be far and few in between. So a long time ago, the city should have realized that that was the case here for this particular part of Brampton. And direction perhaps wasn't given before. And to Councillor Peleshi's point, perhaps this didn't need direction from council today, but we are getting on with this part of Brampton and giving direction today. There's no reason to wait any longer. The city has admitted that it doesn't plan to widen the road. And currently, the right in, right out is working. It needs some tweaks, and the need for the light is no longer there. So we can return the funds to the masjid and move on to the next item on our agenda. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman?
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Not to draw this out anymore, but I'm just wondering if I can add a friendly amendment. It's off our screen. And just that this, if we can add wording in there that the funds be returned to the masjid for the purpose of traffic light installation, as the traffic light will now not be installed.
That's a friendly. Councillor Fortini?
I figured this last year is when I seen that we're talking about 2019, they're gonna widen the road. When I seen the city doing new sidewalks. So if we're going to the construction, if the road was widened, we shouldn't touch the new sidewalk. So they said when we met, it's supposed to happen, we're waiting for hydro. From hydro now, it became maybe 2021, 22. I'm not requesting when we met a barricade in the middle of the road. I'm requesting to cut the grass and just make a curb in, and they go south in and out. They don't want to go across the street because too much traffic there, schools there, and there's also, I think, the daycare across the street there. So they're worried about an accident happening. That's all we need. It's very simple. And just return the money. That's all I'm asking. So I'm okay with this. It's great, you know, and the traffic light they only, I don't even know why in the past we're asking for a traffic light when there's one in Clark, there's one a little bit south, we put one in the middle, it's gonna cause more traffic. So they're happy to ride in, ride out. They put the signs out. They did a kind of a pilot project. It's working well for them. They're happy and everyone's happy. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think there's no more speakers, so we vote on the motion. Okay, all those, are we taking a recorded vote or just?
Recorded vote's been requested on the motion as shown on the screen. All in favor, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Brown, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Vicente, Councillor Santos. Mr. Mayor, the motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Okay, 19 years, you wait no longer. Okay. Our next item, I've been asked if procedurally the delegation from One Vision. I'm told that the Brampton Focus, which was the next one, has said, understanding that One Vision has to leave, that it would be okay if they jumped ahead. I've got council's willingness for that. Sure. And so Orlando Bowen's going to come to make their deputation.
Good day, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm here on behalf of One Voice, One Team Youth Leadership Organization, and I have some amazing young people with me who are not just folks who have participated in the programming, but are now leading programming where they're going out and empowering other young people and making a difference in Brampton and well beyond. So I'm going to ask them to just say their name really quickly and one word that One Voice, One Team means to them.
My name is Arvin, and acceptance.
My name is Joshua, and motivational.
My name is Jerry, initiative.
My name is Bradley, and a blessing.
My name is Oksana, and empowering.
My name is Mahak Arya, and an inspiration.
Hello, my name is Zenubia, and leadership.
My name is Jermaine, and it means family.
So all of these young people have been on a journey, and some, were already positioned to step into leadership. They were on a leadership trajectory. The question was, what direction were they leading in? So they've been on a journey, but they're not the only ones. So I want to just, draw your attention to the fact that all of them have served people in need here in Brampton. Many of them have fed homeless. Many of them have built houses with us through our partners, Habitat for Humanity. And again, they're on a journey. Now, our journeys have taken us from across Brampton to other parts of the country, from British Columbia to Nova Scotia, north to some of the northern communities, Cree communities in northern Quebec, and south to Chicago, Illinois. And when we're out there, we have opportunities to connect with other young people. And I'm going to draw your attention to one interaction that we had where I had the honor of taking some of our staff team to a maximum security prison in Kingston, Ontario, where I was asked to engage some of the inmates. And I know, for the counselors and folks in public office, many times you've been to events and you may be getting ready and all eyes are on you because you are the show, right? So as we wrapped up our remarks, I was gathering my belongings, and I saw one of the inmates, and he was kind of leaning back in his chair, and he was staring at me, just rubbing his chin like he was in deep thought. So it wasn't a surprise because we had some deep conversation. But then I looked over to him, and I said, "Are you okay? Are you good?" And he didn't respond verbally. He just kept rubbing his chin. Shortly thereafter, he got up, and he started pacing, and he went from rubbing his chin to rubbing his forehead to walking over to a table that was in the middle of the room, and then he slammed on the table, and he looked at us, and he said, "Where were you? Where were you when I was in high school, man? I didn't know there was another path. I'm 23 years old. I've got 18 years left on my sentence. I don't care how hard it gets. I need you to go out there and keep on talking to young people, keep on talking to folks in positions to make decisions, keep on talking to corporate people, because you could have saved me." So when we have motions on the table, when we're having conversations about the youth hub and opportunities to connect youth to places where they could understand their significance and understand their roles as contributors in this community and beyond, we have to take action. When we're gathered here, we're a number of steps removed from the impact that happens through the decisions that are made here. And that's why some of these young people are with us today, so that you can look them in the eyes and see the type of impact you have through the decisions that are made here at council. So that being said, we've had an opportunity to serve, throughout the city of Brampton, and there are young people crying out. We have the opportunity to answer that question, to preemptively answer the question, where were you? So when you have an opportunity to give some thought to the motion around the youth hub, think about those young people who you haven't seen from, who you haven't heard of, who need us now and going forward. That's why we're here. So when I say one voice, we already know it's a war cry for us. It's a cry of passion. We all say one team because we're in this together. One voice, one team. That's what it takes. When we're talking about making a difference, it's each of us doing what we can. We love spirited conversations, right? We love passion, right? Because passion moves the needle on things. So we encourage you to continue, but also always remember the reason that we're here. We're here to serve. We're here to make a difference. We're here to use whatever gifts, talents, or challenges that we have to make Brampton the city that it can be and that it needs to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, One Voice, One Team, Orlando Bowen, all of you for coming here today in support of the Youth Hub. I have a quick question. So in the report, which I think we'll probably bring forward after we receive the delegation, there's a recommendation of the Century Gardens in South Fletchers. Can you share a little bit about that particular area? Because I know that you know the area, you know Century Gardens well, and kind of what the need is for the young people here and the difference in, Brampton that will make given its location.
Awesome. So we've had an opportunity to serve at a number of schools in that area, and what you'll find are some young people who they have a lot of potential, a lot of talent, but they're also facing a number of challenges, right? And some of the socioeconomic or other challenges that are in front of them don't allow them to see what's possible. So because they don't see what's possible, and because we generally act out of what we believe to be possible, you have a number of young people that will get involved in antisocial behaviors because of that, because they don't see those things. If we have opportunities to engage young people in a space where there's going to be programming provided by a number of different organizations in Brampton, we give them a chance. We give them a chance to see what's possible. We give them a chance to connect to other mentors. We give them a chance to bring them to spaces like City Hall where they could see how decisions are made and why they're made, as well as meet mentors and folks who sat in the same chairs that they sat in. So we are, I feel like we're behind. I feel like we're late sometimes when we step into buildings and young people have already given up, but we still have a chance. Right, but we have to take action. So in those areas, we've seen some of the challenges that I've mentioned that come out of some of the socioeconomic, and then what people believe, not just the students, but people around them. They'll say, "Oh, you're from that neighborhood? Okay." And opportunities may be taken off the table.
And so do you, if there's an opportunity for us to act now, given the fact that there is a space available now, that there's some support organizations and some organizations like One Voice, One Team willing to partner, would you recommend that we do something now for our young people since the opportunity is there?
Young people are standing right behind me. So you've heard the question. If there's an opportunity to do something now or to wait, what would you recommend?
Now. One team.
Right? So, I mean, that's, they answer the question. I invite every counselor that's here to come with us when we step into a school building so you could see what happens at programming, and then you could ask them the question, because they'll tell you. If you roll with us, they'll tell you. If you go by yourself and, they don't know that you believe in them, they may not say anything, but if you roll with these folks right here, they know that you'll be guilty by positive association.
And would you say that perhaps what is being recommended is just a start?
I would like to encourage that what is being recommended is just a start, because the need is all across the city. And we gotta go. We need to move.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to receive the delegation.
Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you, Orlando. Besides being an eloquent and passionate speaker, you're a good neighbor.
Thank you,
so
sir.
I thank you for coming today. Along that line of questioning, so just to provide the context, community hubs, this is a sort of a new concept. So the idea, and this is where I want to hear your perspective. Your organization provides support in a certain area, but I would assume that your organization doesn't do the full suite of programs and services that a youth could benefit from. So the concept is, if we get a bunch of organizations that provide services and programs to youth, all doing a piece of, different work, together in one building, a youth who gets in there and is a little bit confused on, there's the leisure aspect, and we keep talking about the leisure aspect, but there's hard services that they need. There's important services, employment services, referrals, and so on. So the idea is, when someone goes there, not only is it important for the youth, but as an organization, I would assume that not all organizations know what each other are doing. So if there's an opportunity for collaboration, can you tell me how powerful that could possibly be?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the reasons that we're called One Voice, One Team is recognizing that we bring different skill sets and things to the table. Organizationally, we're centered around leadership development, which ends up, being folks that are increasingly aware about some of the challenges within a community and willing to put their hand up to take action on them. One of the things that we understand is that we will never be all things to all people. We'll never try to be. And something that's very important is to find the people who are really good at what they do and bring them alongside so that you can make that connected referral. That you know that this is someone that actually cares and that will meet the need that you have right now. right? So there's tremendous power in having folks that have the different skill sets within one building. It's also really important to make sure you have the right people who are in there delivering those skill sets, because just because the offering exists doesn't mean that folks will access them, especially if there's not a sense of the notion that the folks delivering are genuine and want to help them.
And I guess through the mayor too, the other aspect, which all this is great, but the hard facts is that to rent space, to get space, it's expensive.
Yes.
There's a lot of costs. So
Yes.
if we can pull the costs and bring organizations so we lower overhead, that money goes directly into youth programming.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. I would ask that we also have the next delegation if we're going to pull the report as well, because there's 2 delegations on this community hub. And I don't think anybody can match your passion. I've heard you speak. I've seen you at the National Public Speakers Association as well. So I just had one question, though. It seems like why you're here is you're supporting the community hub, but there's 6 locations that were proposed. Are you picking one, or are you just saying like we need to get on with this?
First of all, I'm saying that we need to get on. When I, my understanding is that there are some that have met the criteria that have been established by other hubs that are currently operating. So I'm a fan of best practices and not reinventing the wheel, and leveraging the efforts of others who are passionate and equipped. So when I looked at Century Gardens and South Fletcher's as the places to begin, again, we want to begin with the understanding that this isn't the end game, right? The end game is to scale it so that we could help youth across the city. And not to say that if youth have access to transportation, they can still access these locations. But we want to make it so this will be the beginning. We leverage what we learned from these so that we could scale it across the city. Would be a goal that I would encourage.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Now, we do have a number of delegations, and so I'm hoping we can get through them all before we have our recess. So maybe we should deal with this Community Youth Hub item 9.9 on the agenda when it comes to it, rather than moving up any delegations. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the next delegation is 7.5. 7.3. Oh, yes, please, we jumped ahead, Brampton Focus. Okay, Brampton Focus, 7.3.
So this time I'm talking about Neighborhood Watch. I neglected last time to recognize our summer interns. We have 19 summer interns this summer funded by the Canada Summer Jobs Program. If everybody can raise their hands wherever you are. Just like the last delegation, these are incredible young people who represent universities, off the top of my head, Western, McMaster, U of T, Queens, and we have one student who's working on a Neighborhood Watch app from UBC. She's studying cognitive and computer science. We have high school students. So it's an incredible, Brampton youth are an incredible benefit to the city. Sadly, for a lot of them, though, when they're looking for final opportunities when they graduate, it may not be in Brampton, and we'd love to see that here. With regards to Neighborhood Watch and what they're doing, we've been working with the city staff to give our input in what we'd like to see for Neighborhood Watch Brampton. And the staff report that you'll be discussing later, we are in full support of it. We appreciate the support we've been receiving from Brampton Fire and the emergency management team, as well as the communications team regarding how we can help the city deliver its message to more residents, which is one of the goals of Brampton Focus, is to just engage more residents in what's happening with the city. And one of the common themes today so far has been now. The guys from the mosque want their money now. The youth want their youth hub now. And residents want community safety now. So, we had some input in the report, and we asked for a shorter time frame to prove the value of Neighborhood Watch to the city, and we're fully support of that. So I'll leave it at that. I know you guys have a very long day. If there's any questions, if not, I'll stick around for the staff report.
Okay, Councilor Fortini?
Thank you. I'm in favor of the report, and thank you for coming in. Didn't we have a motion, I think, how much money we actually partnered with these people going back in a while for the Neighborhood Watch?
So we have a staff report coming later today.
I'll be coming in later today. And just to add, everyone wants, that was their money. We didn't give it to them. Okay, thank you. I'll wait for today's report.
Okay, thank you. So, I guess we should have accepted the delegation from Orlando Bowen, right? Okay, let me just do it now. We have the delegation from Orlando Bowen, moved by Councilor Santos, second by Councilor Vicente. All those in favor of that delegation? Thank you. And so, Don will not be part of this delegation with FOS, so we can accept this delegation as well. Accept the delegation from FOS on this partnership. All those in favor? Okay. Next delegation.
The next delegation is 7.5. It's a delegation from Carol Thompson regarding item 17.2 on today's agenda. Discussion item from Councillor Williams regarding a process for reporting and removing racist graffiti.
Mayor Brown and the councillors, I'm just here to let you know about an experience that I've had with racist graffiti. I've already submitted documentation through the clerk's office, so you probably had copies of that. It was on that eventful day of October 22nd, which was a municipal elections day. After I cast my vote, because I'm from the D section, I've been a resident of the D section for 32 years. And after I cast my vote there, I decided to take a stroll through the park. And I went through Dunblane Park. That's just off Dorchester, and it goes right through to Balmoral. I saw some racist graffiti. It was interesting in the words that were chosen, and you already have copies of the actual words. And those words could be interpreted in different ways, but it was racist. And I proceeded after I saw that to, check with, city officials. I contacted first Frances Bradshaw, who was working with Mayor-elect at the time, Brown, and she said that, she would look after it. And I also contacted councillor, was elected councillor Charmaine Williams at the time. I did that the following day, which was October 23rd. And I was told that it would take about 5 days and 5 business days to have it dealt with and have it removed. Of course, I was busy doing other things, so I did not follow up day after day. Plus, I jotted down a few notes as to what was happening, and no one called me back to say that the matter has been taken care of. Eventually, I went back there, and this was more than about 10 days later, and it was gone. The fact is that it was removed, which was good. But with that experience, I have three questions really for the council, the mayor and council. And The first question is, because I checked on the website, and I could not see any official policy with regards to the handling of racist graffiti on city property. When I moved here to Brampton 32 years ago, the population was about 205,000. And since then, over the 32 years, it has tripled, which brings with it many challenges. You have quite a multicultural community here in Brampton. So the question is, since I couldn't find anything on the website, now, does the city of Brampton have a written policy on the removal of reported or identified racist graffiti on city property? That's the first question. If there's a written policy with procedures, does it address such a civic matter adequately at this juncture in the history of the city? 3, if the answer to the question is in the negative, what are the thoughts of councillors on the matter? Those are the 3 questions.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. And we have a few questions. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Carl Thompson, for coming in to delegate on this issue. And I know that you had reached out to myself and Francis. You know, when in the past, I have had people share with me that they've been given messages around 5 days and 24 hours for the removal of racist graffiti or very inappropriate, disturbing graffiti. And so it really did open up the question when your incident came forward as well around what is the policy. And now I know that the situation was dealt with very quickly, and the city does have a policy that says to deal with racist graffiti and hateful messaging immediately. But whether or not that is being conveyed is a concern. I just have a question for you, though. So how did it feel for you to see that graffiti when you were walking?
Well, the one thing, it was offensive because it did have the word nigger in it. That was one of the words. And it seems as though it was there for a little while, because part of it was, whether, the persons who passed there, it did not hit home to them offensively. I don't know, but yes, I felt it was very offensive to have it there.
So how did you feel when you were told that it might take about 5 days for removal?
Well, I did question, well, why 5 days? I asked that question because since it's such a negative matter and very evident matter in the community, I thought that it would have been dealt with expeditiously, but I thought that it should have been dealt with in that way, in an expeditious manner.
Right.
Plus, as I said, well, you continue your questioning if you have another question.
Well, I was just wondering did you receive any notification that the graffiti was covered, or?
Well, that's what I was coming to. I did not, no one got back to me to say, well, we have taken care of it. And I was busy doing other things, but when I went back about 10 days or so later, it was covered up.
Yeah.
So it was dealt with, but the 2 matters which I have a concern is, one, why was it not treated as a matter because of its negativity? Why was it not dealt with expeditiously? And 2, why didn't someone, call me back and say, yeah, we have taken care of it?
Those are good questions. And I know from when it was brought to our attention, and I went to take a walk, because I was told about it on the 23rd, so I went to take a walk, and it was cleared by the 26th. So it was done within a few days, but unfortunately, I guess if you feel like it was kind of worn down or weathered, who knows how long it was there and how long
It was
this
there for a
ticket
while,
was in
yes.
for. Yeah. So, I would like to receive the delegation. I do have a motion, Mayor, with regards to this, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for me to bring it forward now, or if the other members of council wanted to have questions for the delegate first.
So we were gonna push all the items until after the delegations, unless this one there was no debate on. Was there any discussion on it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, a quick comment by Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. Paul, thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. I think we've all had an opportunity to see Councillor Williams' motion. I think you'll like what you see. Obviously, there is no room for this in Brampton. I can only imagine how appalled you were. I'm more worried about the kids who see this, the youth. Having worked with kids myself, we got to stay on top of these things. So that's the motion on the board, and I will be supporting it fully. Thank you, Councillor Williams, and to the mayor for bringing it forward.
Councillor Frattini?
Yeah, just a couple of questions to staff. Do we get lots of these things, and it takes so long, or we have to go look for equipment to clean something up? We can't just put something on the floor temporary to cover it right away.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, so the procedure, and we do have a written procedure for our Service Brampton staff. So maybe if I can, it's very brief, I should read it to you. Important, first step, ask citizen what the graffiti says. If it's racial, religious, or gang related, see first scenario. If it's racial, religious slurs, or gang related, graffiti removal in general is considered non-urgent. However, in those specific examples, dispatch immediately to contracted services if there are any profanities, slurs, or gang-related messaging. Report to the police this type of graffiti, and if it's a resident, ensure you advise the resident to notify police about the graffiti and ensure that it's removed as soon as possible. So Parks group under my department has a contract for a service that goes out and does that response. I think what is clear, and the citizen is quite correct, I don't think there's anything on our public website that actually shares this. This is an internal to staff procedure, and it's not shared that that's actually what will take place.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to see, because sometimes, we get a call, you send it to staff, they give you a protocol number, by the time it gets handled, it was a whole week, so at least this is on our radar, what comes first before other things. So, but I've never seen anything in my area like that, and, I'm glad it doesn't happen often, because there's no room for that, so I'll be in support of the motion, and I'm glad we have a private company doing it right away. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frattini. Obviously, we have zero tolerance on any form of hate and racism here in Brampton, and wherever we can make sure that we address it immediately. I think that's obviously the culture that everyone embraces here. I would note a few weeks ago I got a complaint about an MTO sign that someone had changed the digital writing. It turns out it wasn't a city sign, it was the Provincial digital machine there, and they had left the box unlocked and with the code for how to change it inside the box. We reported it to the police. They notified the province, and it was addressed. But sometimes there are foolish errors made that allow someone to take advantage of it. But obviously, there's no tolerance for that in the city of Brampton. So thank you, Councillor Williams, for putting this forward. The motion is before us on the screen. Okay, Councillor Singh, an amendment?
Yeah. So actually, thank you for bringing up that case, because I saw that Councillor Williams also put in social media which made that compound that issue, and a lot of kids saw it as a result on Instagram. I just want to go to the top, if I can, of the motion. And I just want to specifically under hate crimes in brackets, I just want to spell it out because the hate crimes have been particularly on the Black community. So if we could just put brackets including anti-Black racism. Okay. I just want to spell it out. We can use hate crimes after that. I just want to spell it out at the top for this. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So thank you, through you, Mayor, Councillor Singh, for bringing that forward, because when I did do some statistical research and look into it, according to the Peel Regional Police, there was a spike in 2017 of anti-Black racism graffiti up 39%, and then only in 2018 it dropped to 33%. We don't have the numbers for 2019, so anti-Black racism is a major concern, and the Black community is usually targeted in these type of incidences. So is it necessary to read it out, or no? I do want to add, though, in section, in number 2, just a small amendment that we could have a timeline, and others as appropriate, and the sharing that the cleanup is resolved, or the removal is resolved immediately within hours of the call. I do want to just go through, read out the therefore be it resolved so that the public can hear. I know it's being displayed. But the therefore be it resolved that one, that the Chief Administrative Officer, the CAO, be directed to communicate the city policy to all staff to ensure residents are receiving consistent and accurate information when they are reporting hate-motivated crimes like vandalism on city property. And 2, that the CAO be requested to develop a coordinated communication response protocol that includes notification to the mayor and ward councillors and others as appropriate, and that removal is undertaken within hours of receipt of a report. And 3, staff be instructed to report all incidents of hate-motivated vandalism on the City of Brampton property to the Peel Regional Police with photographic evidence where possible, and 4, that the CAO explore different options of reporting and tracking incidents of hate-motivated vandalism crimes reported to the City of Brampton. And finally, 5, the CAO be requested to provide the City Council with an annual report of such hate-motivated vandalism on an annual basis.
Okay. I don't think there's any dissension or debate. Can we, all those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, back to our delegations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Oh, and we'll have a motion from Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Williams, to receive the delegation from Carol Thompson. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the next delegation is Delegation 7.8 regarding item 9.9, Community Youth Hub, delegation from Ben Gwendolyn and Sienna Mogent.
It's actually Ren Gwendolyn, not Ben. And it's cool, don't worry. Sienna actually had to go. She had to go pick up her daughter, and she has an appointment, so it's just going to be me. Because of that, we had a presentation ready, but she was going to be in charge of the slides, so it's just going to be me reading what we've got here. So today I'm here to outline the difference between a community hub and an incubator, and why Brampton needs an incubator, not a community hub. So I'm pretty sure most of you have met me before. I'm one of the founders of Iconic, and we talk about this whole situation a lot. Sorry if I'm like having trouble breathing. So a community youth hub is a free space for youth considered at risk or marginalized to access social services that can help them integrate socially into the community, typically managed by social service type of organization, and deals with mental health or social issues that youth often face and the actions and reactions that come with it. An example would be the community door in here in Ontario and Steeles. Here you can find Peel HIV, that's now called PHAN, Canadian Mental Health Association, and Family Association for Mental Health. The function of the community hub is to identify and serve the issues in the community. whereas an incubator hub would welcome anyone interested in developing and creating opportunities towards a successful future. It attracts a type of youth looking to find out both about work and educational opportunities through networking and mentoring. An incubator's function is to develop forward-thinking and goal-centric individuals. For example, a small business starter would have access to mentorship necessary to understand starting a business and can start to expand their network from within. Or let's say a student that wants to be a lawyer. They could go to the incubator looking for guidance directly from a current or recent law student graduate, who they can go to for questions and assistance with their studies, and also how to get into law school and anything around it, such as articling. An incubator hub is a space for networking and collaboration, a process that's popularly known as co-working. So what would a new government-sponsored community hub say to the public? In all honesty, it sends the message that Brampton has more problems that need to be addressed, that we had to open another community hub in order to give more social services. But a government-sponsored incubator hub would tell the public that the city has a lot of talented and forward-thinking individuals who will be an asset to the community in the future, and the city government wants to support these people however possible. I think everyone in this room understands the perception of Brampton to the GTA and beyond. And jokes aside, it's geographically a big city with an internal divide. The culture experienced in the BCC area is completely different than the culture experienced in the Castlemore area. This leads to a severe lack in community, but a space like this that showcases and supports goal-centric people in Brampton and creates a community that's brought together by a common interest will give the youth of Brampton something to be proud about and something to stand for when people recoil at the sound of the name when saying where they live. Stats Canada says that there are 125 youth in Brampton between 15 to 29 compared to the 66,000 seniors over 65 years old. But Brampton youth aren't receiving the necessary services that will help them excel and create positive impact in their community. Although there are no firm stats on the actual number of youth creatives and entrepreneurs the city produces, we can see that from the results of the BEC co-working space on George Street just outside, that this is something that people can use and can use successfully. We also can't ignore some of the famous celebrities that have come out of Brampton, such as Ruby Kaur, Director X, and Alessia Cara. According to a report on, I believe, June 5th, 2019, you describe a community youth hub as a youth-centric space that will be designed in consultation with community organizations and social service agencies that serve Brampton youth. The space will be outfitted to allow the city to provide a range of programs and services, but also create the opportunity for integrated public services in support of the community hub model. The two proposed locations, Century Gardens and South Fletchers, are located south of Williams Parkway and west of the 410, which makes these locations over an hour away by bus to the youth in the Brampton North area. Currently, the only things in the Brampton North area are the soccer center and Gore Meadows that gear mostly towards kids under 14 and seniors over 65, which you can see judging by the programs that they post on their website. Many northern Brampton residents are paying for services in Toronto rather than staying in Brampton. For them, the choice is a 35-minute drive to downtown Brampton or a 45-minute drive to Toronto. Better yet, a 15-minute drive to the airport and a 20-minute ride on the UP train. Even comparing bus times simply due to the illusion of opportunity in Toronto, most residents consider the travel time as worth it. Brampton is losing their talented youth because Toronto appears to be a much more supportive area to their needs. The incubator hub that we're asking for is vital to the overall sustainability of Brampton in the future. I'm kind of cutting it close on time, but sorry, I'll jump to the end. Being members of the BEC, well, members because Sienna was here, being members of the BEC co-working space, we know that this model works, but more importantly, it works in Brampton. The atmosphere and environment created by being surrounded by other hard workers can't be achieved anywhere else, not at a rec center, not at a library, or even a coffee shop. And to make sure there's no confusion about what the youth in Brampton that we've spoken to for the past 8 months need, we'd be happy to further this conversation with whoever and whenever. We simply feel that no decision on the funds allocated for the hub should be made until there's further discussion and proper understanding of what an incubator hub is and why it's important for Brampton.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the delegation. Councillor Singh, you have a question?
Thank you for coming. It was, do you do this often? Have you talked in front of people? Or?
No.
Yeah, you did good. You did good.
Thank you.
And yeah, no, so it's good. So what you're looking at more is something like an incubator space. Exactly why? Why do you think that would be?
So I think that one of the big things, community hubs tend to offer these services after a lot of these issues that we're talking about happen. It's like, someone has to do a bunch of community hours, so they go to a community hub for their court mandated reasons. But I think with an incubator hub, it's not just, it would allow people who get bored in Brampton really easily to go somewhere that allows them to positively develop themselves and pursue new interests that they might not be able to at home because of cost reasons, or, you know, their friend group is just really one note. Maybe they're all into sports and you're like, I don't really like sports. You don't have any other friends, so you get bored really easily. And it just, on top of that, it allows for the people who have started small businesses to create and build a community that creates pride in Brampton. I feel that a lot of people will rush to another city and not claim Brampton, not just because of the jokes you see online, but genuinely because there's nothing here for them to be proud of, nothing for them to represent.
Okay. And I can also relate to you that myself and Councillor Dillon, we have a meeting set up with the Small Business Center to look at something like this, because every area has different challenges. And, you know, incubator might not make sense for, say, you know, Century Gardens, that this model might make sense. But over there, I know there's a keen interest, a lot of startups, and I know our coffee shops are always packed, and our libraries over Cassie. Secondly, you mentioned space, though, right? You said we have Gore Meadows Soccer Center. And is soccer center, do you consider that youth-centric? Soccer center, is it a youth?
It is youth-centric, but I wouldn't say in a positive sense. So I also am a lead for Caribram this year. And so I was doing an event, and I was speaking with some volunteers, and they were saying the problem with Gore Meadows is that everybody who you know, is bored will just go there, and when they all go there, it creates a sub-community, and that sub-community is people who go there just to smoke weed or cigarettes, and they're not doing anything productive. It's not that Gore Meadows promotes that. It's just that because of the proximity to those two high schools, and even just its area in general, it's a spot for people to go and hang out and do nothing. We don't want people to do nothing. We want them to develop themselves and become people that they can and want to be.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we're looking at some opportunities there to get the right type of programming, especially for younger children, and get that entrepreneur bug going as well. And yeah, no, I just want to say good job. I mean, I guess this was, just to the clerk, when was this report put on the city website? Just last night, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it was last night.
Yeah, so you
Yeah, I made this last night at 9 o'clock.
yeah,
That's
so
why I'm kind of reading it off the paper.
Yeah. No, good job. All right, thank you.
Councillor Dillon?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Do you, I've done a little bit of research and I've seen some youth hubs close. Do you think an incubator is more sustainable?
Yeah, so I didn't get to it because of the time, but one of the big things with the incubator hubs, and if you look at Toronto models, most of them are privately owned, so they have a membership cost. But because they're privately owned, the costs are extremely high. If we'd be able to do it as a city-sponsored type of thing, it would be like our gym memberships at Gore Meadows and Ching Wellness. You can charge a fraction of the price, but it still allows us to keep the place going. And by charging a price, what you're doing is you're making sure that the people who go in are there to develop themselves. It doesn't become another smoking area. It becomes a place for development because you're making a conscious decision to go there.
Right. So was Iconic approached by staff for this proposal?
I believe some, yeah.
Okay. Where in Gore Meadows do they smoke? I haven't seen it.
I don't go to Gore Meadows very often. I was just told what the highest. I was literally just talking to some grade 9s and 10s. But
Yeah,
I wouldn't know.
I think we need more patrolling there. So.
Well, I mean, no, but honestly, like, it's legal. Like, even if they were of legal age, it's still the fact that our youth are just like, I got nothing better to do. I'm gonna leave my school and go smoke there until a bus can bring me home. Like, when they could be doing so much more. I'm lucky. I don't have friends that are into that. Like, that's just not who I surround myself with. But even then, I'm still stuck at home doing nothing because it's like, well, if they're not gonna go smoke up, what else are we gonna do? Not much. So we just stay at home.
Okay.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, thank you for the presentation. It's the first time I ever heard, I guess, the concept. In terms of organizations in Brampton that deliver or that could participate in incubator, how many organizations would you say could participate?
Well, the idea of an incubator is that it's really just the space. So really any organization can come participate, and that's the whole idea. It's bringing all these people into one spot. It's not necessarily that this spot runs programs, but it would bring them there. So another example that we would always talk about is mentorships, or even having like TED Talk type of things. TED Talk's a brand, but same idea, is that this space is a space for innovation. So any programmers that want to do an event here, they can, because that's where the people who want to develop themselves will be. So by default, it's easier to
So through the mayor, would you say, are there nonprofits that would participate? Are there nonprofits right now who participate in incubators?
Not that I can name off the top of my head. I feel that most nonprofits are more in the community hub model. And I want to make it clear, I'm not insulting community hubs or their model. It's just that we have enough services that are geared towards that already. And my personal issue with them is we're solving the problem once it's already become apparent, when we could solve the problem before it becomes an issue. Doing these volunteering things, I talk with a lot of kids and they love the idea because they know, like, I'm at home and I'm like doing my art on my bed, or like I'm sleeping, or I'm playing video games. Like, I'm not doing anything because I don't know what to do, because my friends don't know what to do and my parents don't know what to do, so I'm just doing nothing. Yeah, the thing is, I think a lot of most programs exist for like volunteering or helping the community, which is good, but it's not necessarily what the incubator hub is looking at.
So, and again, my apologies, I
No,
don't
no
have
worries. It is a
sufficient
new idea.
information on the incubator hub. Could an incubator hub, I guess, so what I'm hearing when you talked about, you know, some youth who want to become a lawyer, or some youth who wants to do A, B, or C, it's an opportunity to go there and match with someone. Now, would it be sporadic? Would it be hours of operation?
Well, that's kind of like details that need to be discussed if we get further into it, or like when I said whoever and whenever.
Yeah.
If we want to discuss that, we can talk about it. There's between, like, in Iconic, the stuff that we talk about is ideas for 24 hours, mostly because, you know, for some people, like creatives, they say the creative process doesn't have a bedtime. But even for people who are in university, their schedules can be really sporadic. You can't leave it open for 9 to 5 because, well, I might be in school at 5 p.m., so then, yeah, sure, I can use it 9 to 5, but what if all my school is in the day? I can't use the hub at night anymore. So, like, hours of operation is something that really needs to be discussed, and that's logistical information where we want to work with the city because you guys know that stuff. You guys are experienced. That's things that we need to learn because we know what the youth need. We know what we need for development, and we need your help to make that come to fruition.
Now, could, and just lastly, my apologies, through the mayor, could, for example, a group like Iconic,
Yeah.
could they participate in a community hub?
We could, yeah, in theory, but the thing is that, are you saying community hub like the way I defined it, or?
Well, just, you know, when I think of the community hub, because it's, you know, and not to get into the origins or the background of the discussion, there's a lot of interpretations what a community hub is.
Yeah.
Essentially, what you're trying to do is what we hear as nonprofits say it's very expensive to run an organization. For example, I sit on the Boys and Girls Club. I'm a director, so there's a lot of overhead. So the idea is, while they're housed in one location, there's other groups, nonprofits, who come here to council, who request, for example, reduced funding in terms of rental space, so that overhead.
Yeah.
And the concept is, we bring them all under one house, under one building, one facility, where they can share the costs and brings down the overhead. And then after, the additional benefit is that when a youth goes inside, so if A, he wants employment services, for example, B, he wants volunteer network, C, he wants to have fun, D, he wants, you know, so the idea is when a youth comes here, that will be sort of like that central hub, very similar to how we run our Flower City for seniors.
Yeah.
Where, you know, the seniors go there. Again, it's not what I would suggest is that, you know, this model's still evolving. There's no, you know, defined, you know, this is exactly what we're going to do with it. But it's interesting, your concept, in terms of getting sort of youth exposure, or this incubation.
Yeah.
Because I am familiar with incubators that we have downtown Brampton, we're more entrepreneurial in spirit, but I'm not sure, again, but I think there's opportunity there to participate.
Well, I mean, similarly, to use the example you did with bringing all the nonprofits in the same building to reduce overhead, similarly, that's what co-working is like with entrepreneurs. Except instead of an entire business, it might just be an individual representing themselves and their business. And by putting them all in the same room, ideally, it's not that like this organization does their own thing, this organization does their own thing. It's kind of like we're all in a common area, in comfortable seating, however we all feel best to work. And you could get a private office if that's what you prefer, but the whole point is that if I'm, I have my clothing business, but if I weren't a photographer, I'd have to go look for a photographer, and I wouldn't even know where to start in Brampton if we didn't have a space like this that could be used. So because of that, I'm forced to go to, it's called the Jelly Social Networking Meeting, right? And when I go to there, I say, like, I'm looking for this type of person, please send me your portfolio, we'll work out payments, or like a deal, right? And the idea with co-working is sometimes it's not even about money, it's about how you can both help each other, almost like bartering. And that's where this whole community and culture starts to rise. And when I think that when you put people in the same room who all generally have the same idea and goal, you can motivate people to make better choices and live better lives.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thanks, Ren, for coming. I know we've had many conversations about this, and I think your goal here was to help clarify the difference, because I know when you're quoted in the report, it was a bit of a shock for you all to be like, but that's not what we want. We're not looking for a hub, we're looking for an incubator. So it's great that you're here to explain the difference and what you're really looking for. And I want to encourage all of council to take a look at the Remix project in Toronto, because that is a really good example of an incubator space for creativity, and that's really what you're trying to create on especially the east side of Brampton. And so I know we also talked about possible becoming not-for-profit so that you can apply for grants, and you've been working with our business development center to look at explore those as options as well. So I want to encourage the conversation. I know Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon are looking at something like this for on the East End, and Councillor Fortina and I are more than willing and excited to maybe collaborate and start looking at what we can do to help make this come to fruition. And especially around like the incubator, and it's like taking what we have on George Street and putting it over on the east side of Brampton, but making it for youth. All right, cool. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Councillor Williams, Councillor Singh, Councillor Williams move receipt of the delegation. All in favor? That carries. Next up is Rotary.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Delegation 711 from the Rotary Club regarding the 80th anniversary.
Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Councillors, senior staff, Mayor, I'm not sure where he went to. My name is David Clement. I am the president of the Rotary Club of Brampton, and I'm pleased to share with you an update on our 80 years, our incredible 80 years of service in this community. Let's make sure I've got this going here. The Rotary Club of Brampton was established in 1940. So for those of you doing the math, we're celebrating our 80th anniversary next year. Now, Rotary is part of a service organization whose purpose is to bring together business and professional leaders in order to provide humanitarian service and to advance goodwill and peace around the world. Rotary is a global network of 1.2 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers with 34,000 clubs in 190 countries who see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe in our communities and in ourselves. In short, we are the largest, oldest, and most successful service organization in the world. Now, we're famous for our international work, of course. We've taken a whole disease and we've come this close to eradicating it. Rotary has been working to eradicate polio for over 30 years, and our goal of ridding the earth of this disease is very close indeed. It is almost achievable. We started in 1979 with vaccinations for 6 million children in the Philippines. Today, only Afghanistan, Nigeria, and Pakistan are the only countries where polio still remains endemic. Rotary and its partners have provided immunization and vaccinations for almost 2 billion, that's with a B, children around the world. We started back in 1979, and there were over 300,000 cases of polio at that time each year. Today, in 2019, only 37 cases have been reported. That is a huge success that the Rotary Club of Brampton is proud to be part of. Now, our local projects, recent and ongoing. Peel Memorial Center for Integrated Health and Wellness, $500,000 from the Rotary Club of Brampton. Brampton Santa Claus Parade, $25,000 per year presenting sponsor. And of course, many of you are familiar with the Santa Claus Parade. It's the second largest in the country, the largest one at night, and by some measures, it is the largest event of any kind, of any season, in all of Peel. Rotary Club of Brampton is proud to be the presenting sponsor. Erin Oak Center for Treatment and Development, $100,000 has come from our club. Salvation Army, Rapport Youth and Family Services, shameless plug, that's my agency, celebrating a 50th anniversary this year. Bethel Hospice, and of course, in 2018-19, Rotary has donated over $200,000 to 50 recipients and agencies. Now, we also do, we have a lot of historical local projects. Many of you may be familiar with the YMCA renovations and pool. $500,000 came from our club. Rotary Resolve House, that some of you may better know as St. Leonard's, again, $250,000 was provided. Sheridan College, same amount, $250,000. Brampton Caledon Community Foundation, we provided the $100,000 seed money to start the BCCF, and we have over $1 million in an endowment fund there. Camp Rabogi, this is a little trip down memory lane. 1983, we donated 28 acres to the city. But there's one more great success that I would be remiss if I did not mention, and it's the reason that I'm here today, and that is Gage Park. It's right down the street. It's downtown Brampton's front yard, backyard. The Rotary Skating Trail, which in partnership with the city, a $250,000 donation in 1990 for the 50th anniversary of the Rotary Club of Brampton. Flower beds, entrance feature, park benches, playground surface. Our name is literally in the park many times for the many times that we have contributed to the upkeep and the promotion of this, I think, the gem of downtown Brampton. We adopted the park back in 1996. It was CS Resolution 9641 for those who want to look that up. As you can see from the list of items, we are very proud of what we've done. Now, the future sponsorship is what we are talking about today. 10 years, 2020 to 2029. Rotary approached the city when we learned of the desire to redo the splash pad and the playground. Discussion has occurred leading to a proposal to Rotary for a 10-year commitment of $400,000. Rotary is very interested and would like to, we agree with this proposal. We think it would be a wonderful way to be part of our 80th anniversary celebration. It still requires 2/3 vote of our own Rotary members, of course, but to fund this, of course, it's important that we are able to raise funds through Ribbon Roll. So what we are proposing, and the reason that I am here today, is to request that the Rotary Club of Brampton requests that the staff be directed, that the city staff be directed to negotiate a 10-year sponsorship agreement with the Rotary Club of Brampton, and that this agreement be part of or be in parallel with a 10-year partnership agreement for the operation of Ribbon Roll itself. We hope that our request is well received, and I thank you for your time and attention in allowing us to take a trip down memory lane as we celebrate together the many contributions that the Rotary Club of Brampton has established in the city of Brampton. I'm now going to turn it over to my co-presenter, the immediate past president of the Rotary Club of Brampton, Mr. Glenn Williams, to tell us more about the Ribbon Roll event, our signature event. It's how Brampton starts summer. Thank you, everyone.
So this is our second presentation. If you could, Terry, if you could move forward. And we're going to talk specifically about Ribbon Roll and how the two are related. All right, so Rotary considers Ribbon Roll the first event of the summer. Okay, so first and foremost, it's a community event. We try to highlight for live entertainment local bands. We have great food for all Bramptonians, and we highlight local vendors as well, particularly for the ribbers that traditionally it's been Jake's in the past and other local vendors have participated. Family activities. On Sunday, it's considered Ward Family Day, and we very much encourage families to join us for that event. There is a secondary objective for that event, and that is to raise some funds. And so the funds raised from that go to worthy causes such as Peel Memorial, Tour for Kids, Erin Oaks, as David spoke about before. So we don't do it alone. Our biggest sponsor is the City of Brampton, or the biggest partnership with the City of Brampton. But as you can see from the logos here, we've got many, many other organizations in the city that participate and help us out. And Rotary very much appreciates and thanks the city for our partnership. Traditionally, the city has helped us out with in-kind, and over the years that has been translated into the Community Grants Program. In 2019, Rotary received a grant from the city for $59,500. But after we received the grant, we purchased services from the city in excess of $60,000. In addition, we paid approximately just under $10,000 to Peel Regional Police. Rotary is one of the few community groups and community grant program recipients that all of the funds raised go back to the community and is able to do that. And we're certainly hoping to do that with the continuing sponsorship of Gage Park. What we're looking for from the city is a 10-year agreement. So on one hand, we will sponsor Gage Park and be able to provide some funds for the city towards that project, but we need some certainty that we can continue to raise some funds to go towards all of our community projects. This provides certainty to Rotary. It allows Rotary to make long-term commitments. And the in-kind of support, the reason we're looking for in-kind as opposed to a dollar amount, is it takes inflation into account. So we don't have to worry about the cost of services going up. We know what they're going to be. It avoids surprise costs from the city. In the last few years, we've been surprised every year when there's a new fee, there's a new this, there's a new et cetera, and it's tough to manage that when we don't know what's happening. It also avoids us having to question why are we being charged this fee for a picnic table or some other resource. It also allows the city to plan resources. So if they know we're going to be using the resources, they can do their staff planning and resource planning as part of their annual processing. And it avoids an annual application for funding. And one of the challenges we have is that with the community grant program being approved in the early part of the year, we've already committed $30,000 to $40,000 to the event. That event is already, the truck has left the station, we're moving forward, we've committed bands, and so we're hoping for some certainty. What we're looking for the city to provide is the event infrastructure. So the site rentals, the permits, the licenses, which we currently pay the city for, the stage, the support staff, the Gage Park staff, the fencing, the tables, the portalettes, watching stations, etc., electrical and policing. And so what we're hoping is that the city can provide us the site, and we will put on the event for the community. And yes, we will raise a bit of money for that, but then all of the money we raise goes back to our community. So today's ask is, I'm good with time, is that the staff be asked to work with us in putting together both the sponsorship agreement as well as a long-term commitment for ribbon roll together. Whether it's one agreement or two agreements, that really doesn't matter. But that's what we're looking for, is that we can work together on both pieces and have a 10-year partnership with the city put in place. And we're open to any questions.
Okay, I think Councillor Bowman was going to refer this to staff for report. Councillor Williams? Yes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Glenn, and thank you, Dave, for coming in. Thank you for the other Rotarians that are here. Wendell, a long-time Rotarian, he did a lot of work down in Gage Park on that skating rim with, I think, the Easter Seals, was it not? And you do a lot of work. There's a few other events that were mentioned there that both Councillors Bowman and I support. The Christmas party for the kids, and Councillor Williams came this year as well. You do a lot for the families with children with special needs in our own community, so thank you for that. Yeah, I was just wanted to thank them, but I think Councillor Bowman was going to refer back to staff to request that they work with Rotary and to come back with a report. You don't need this immediate for this year's event. It's for moving forward, I believe, eh?
Correct.
Yeah, so if we can give direction to staff to work with them and come up with some of their asks and come up with a 10-year, I think this is a great idea because it allows you folks to plan, because you guys are already at the starting gate when we're looking at our grant program. So I think we're looking at revising some of those programs anyway, and maybe this is one way that we can fit this in. So I'd be happy to refer this back to have a report come. I don't know when staff can bring it back, but obviously for this year, it's not a rush, so perhaps when you can work out with staff on a time frame.
Yeah, I think there is a staff report coming in September regarding community grants. And so we are aware of that report that's being worked on. We've had consultations with the city already on that.
So maybe there's something we can include for this as well, so.
And of
Looking at
course,
the
the
staff
city
and
is
the,
planning to move ahead on the renovations to the splash pad
Yeah.
and the playground, and so we obviously want to make sure our commitment fits the timelines of that much-needed renovation. It literally has the Rotary logo currently embedded in the play surface, and we definitely want to be able to contribute to continue to give back and to support this great park.
That's
Yeah.
great.
And we've received some encouragement from the city to make a decision on the sponsorship soon.
Okay.
And they'll work together.
Excellent, good, thank you very much.
No one will waive the rules.
Okay, so Councillor Willens has referred this to staff? Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the delegation. I guess the staff, when you bring the staff report, as suggested with the grants program, is instead of a one-off, so if we're doing, because we hear from Caribbean, we hear from our organizations that want sort of that predictability in multi-year agreements. So within that context of a policy, what that would look like, financial sort of commitments to it. The second, regarding the use of Gage Park, because I know other organizations have tried to access Gage Park, and it was always, as one of the area councillors, I was always told that is a light use park. So in terms of understanding the policy around the use of Gage Park, so that there's a consistent application to it. But I do think when organizations are doing great work, understanding year by year, it's just I'm interested to see in terms of with all the work that's being done in the downtown, a 10-year commitment, what would that mean with where we would have to house them, what are those mitigation plans and so on? Because I know Caribbean and other organizations have talked about that as well. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other speakers, just to say that the Rotary Club of Brampton does incredible work in our community. We're grateful for your ongoing volunteerism, and I think we all get out to your events, and we're very lucky to have such a strong, active Rotary Club in our city, and thank you for everything you do, being a great service organization. So all those in favor of the referral? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item, clerk, next item. So I think we're good. Might take what was 9.1? Okay. Okay, that was moved by Councilor Martini, second by Councilor Vicente. Any discussion on this, or? Okay, all those in favor? Motion. We'll just do this one, then do lunch. Yeah. If there was no discussion.
I held it from being put into consent. I think it was held.
Okay. I just asked if there's any discussion on it. You said no.
No, because you're pushing it, because we should be having lunch now.
I'll ask again. Is there any discussion on this item?
Sure.
Okay.
You gonna break for lunch now?
Is there a lengthy discussion?
It could move into in-camera discussion.
Do you want to refer it in camera?
No, I wanted to move into lunch.
Okay, does council want to take lunch? Okay, so a half hour. Move back here at 1:45. Amendment to the Municipal Officials Bylaw to the Acting City Solicitor. Councillor Plushy held this. Councillor Plushy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Some of my issues were resolved. I had a brief discussion with staff. I would just like to maybe in future endeavors such like this, where we have a long, good standing solicitor in this case, we look at using that opportunity to in the recruitment process, and then trying to get away from having interims. I think that would benefit the city in a great deal. That's all I ask. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paletti. We have a motion here from Councillor Fertini and Councillor Vicente. So moved by Councillor Paletti, seconded by Councillor Vicente's here. Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? Motion carries. Our next item is report item 9.2, the feasibility of partnerships expanding neighborhood watch citywide and opportunities to utilize Brampton Focus with the city's corporate communications to advance city messaging. I know Councillor Santos has an amendment here, but do any members have questions for the staff report? Okay, Councillor Bowman first. Or 9.2.
Does Councillor Santos want to make her amendment before I ask questions, or just in case she covers it off?
Go ahead and ask.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at the report, and the report's asking for $150,000 to be allocated from capital project for a 6-month expansion of the neighborhood watch. Is there like any details what the $150,000 covers? Is it broken down, or how did they come up with the figure $150,000?
So through the mayor, so if you check on page, I believe it's the 3rd page of the report, it would look to focus on expand their current program by hiring staff such as a project manager. Also look at funding for promotional materials, technology enhancements, event needs, and administrative costs.
Okay, I'm just looking for like a clear breakdown of salaries, rent, advertising, printing.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
So we're hoping to do that with after the advocates workshop. So it would be a multifaceted approach to finding a way to pilot the expansion project, starting with that advocates workshop that will allow us to identify some metrics and outcomes, as well as laying out the plan together to make sure that it's a sustainable program moving forward. So that's those things would come after that workshop, ideally.
When is that workshop?
So it's pending council approval, and it could be in the fall.
Okay, because
Q4.
in principle, I don't have an issue at all with this, but I do have an issue with agreeing to put $150,000 now into a budget for them without knowing where it's going, what it's for, and before you guys have your actual meeting. I would prefer that there's no money mentioned here, and that after that meeting, we come back with a flushed out budget and dollar value for that. So I would move that we get rid of point number 2 in the recommendations until such time as we have that report back and the flushed out budget. Yeah. And or just take out the 150. That's fine.
And say monies be allocated pending.
Well, because you know, I just can't sit here and give $150,000 when we have no idea what it's for and how it's going to be spent. So
maybe I can add some information here. So Brampton Focus did do a presentation along with Neighborhood Watch for a $300,000 project, which they detailed how it would be spent on newsletters and staff. It was presented to corporate communications, and then it got reduced. And so the original itemized budget was reduced from 300 to 150. And so that may be why the original ask and itemized list wasn't there. I'm not sure if Jason Tamming from corporate communications could speak to the meetings with Brampton Focus because and Neighborhood Watch, because I think you were part of the meetings.
Yeah, so through the mayor, I met with Brampton Focus once or twice, and we also discussed via email some of the proposal, and obviously that's a bit of a they put forward some of what they'd like to do. We put forward, in conjunction with the FEMO team, of what the city's needs are as far as if Neighborhood Watch is expanded, what that would look like, and kind of the requirements and what we need. And so it was a bit of a back and forth, and this is kind of where we landed. And as you'd see in the recommendation, that's based on the request of Brampton Focus, the budget piece, and if council wishes to move forward, or if they wish to seek more detailed breakdown, that's
Yeah, like I said, in principle, everything looks fine, but I just can't support giving $150,000 away without knowing what the budget is and how that money is going to be spent, and before you guys even have your meeting about it. So I would like to see that dollar figure removed until such time as we get a report back from your meeting.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bowman, perhaps Mr. Khan could explain a little bit more. He is here now, I think.
So I came a little late, so I guess the question is, how are we allocating that much? So the original proposal by city staff was for a longer period of time for a less amount. We put together a 3-year proposal that was fully costed out internally. We didn't provide staff with a detailed spreadsheet of how it was going to be allocated. So we came back to staff and asked for, you know what, the staff say it's a risk for this city to commit to a 3-year project at the funding level that we were asking for. So they came back and said for a year, $100,000, and we said that's you know, to launch a program citywide, we know the cost of what it takes. We know the effort it takes to meet with neighbors, to travel across the city. You know, it's a 24-hour-a-day effort. And so we said, well, you know, let's reduce the risk of the city, let's shorten the time frame, and let's spend as much time as we can dedicated for the next 6 months to build the program. We are starting the program already late for this summer because we basically put the program kind of on hiatus a little bit because you know, we've got tired of committing to neighbors about, you know, things that they wanted, and we just couldn't reliably say that we were going to deliver on. So now we have 19 students who we have to manage, who we want to be out there at every neighborhood park across the city for the next 2 months. And then beyond that, we have to continue the program. So some basic things that have to be covered are things like a marketing tent for outdoors to go from neighborhood to neighborhood, indoor marketing materials, just so that when we go to city, it doesn't look like, and I'll use the word Mickey Mouse, it doesn't look like a Mickey Mouse program. Marketing materials, there are publications that we need to put out. I don't know if you recall last year, the city funded 15 neighborhoods with customized newspapers. So, you know, we've internally costed it out. We want to have a highly successful program, even though we're kind of starting late. Nobody wants to canvass, no neighbor wants to canvass their neighborhood in November. So there's a lot of work to be done up front. All of the videos that we have an onboarding marketing program. So when you sign up for the program, right now it's just in English. We want to have an option for, you know, at least 3 or 4 languages, and which means all those videos have to be done by community members in those languages. We have to set up those meetings. We've got to get our crew out to videotape it. In addition, there's a number of tools on the website that we know absolutely have to be done. One is a notification system. So when there are break-ins in a specific neighborhood, the last thing we want to do is send out an email to every single neighbor registering the program saying there was a break-in, which has nothing to do with my neighborhood. So it's actually a quite sophisticated system where we have to say, you know, in the past week, the data we're getting from the police, these activities happen, and now we have to aggregate all that data and send it individually to every neighbor about what's happening in the neighborhood. So we know that's a very important activity. Peel Police has a reporting system that they tell residents about. That, you know, feature-wise, it's rich. It shows you all the activities that happened in the last 30 days. But benefit-wise to the residents, no resident's going to go there every day and look at that map. They want to know when it's happening in their community right now. So that's a big tool that we have to do. In the registration process, the Region of Peel has a some tools that we actually love. For example, when it's garbage week and you want to know when does it go, is it my recycling and compost, is it garbage and compost? They have a tool, you go to the website, you can even type, like on my Google, I type in WHE on my garbage day and it automatically knows where I gotta go. I click the button, takes me to the region site, and I type in my address. The first 3 digits pops up, I click a button, and it tells me exactly what garbage has to go that day, right? So that tool, when you type in your address, it's linked to a database. We want to have that same database. It's all public data. So when a resident types that in, it makes the registration process simple. We know, because we look at the stats on our website, how many people go to the website and how many people actually click in the registration form. And it's not as high as it should be. So the budget, I don't have the spreadsheet here to go through line by line, nor do I really want to. But what we are committing with the city, with city staff, is to work as close as possible with the staff here. We want to do videos with the fire department, emergency management, Peel Police. We want to establish relationships with all the community groups that we can. We want to be at as many meetings as we can. So there's a lot of staffing costs, a lot of transportation costs, a lot of web costs, and some marketing costs.
Okay. So again, Fazil, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've got no issue with the proposal and the work that you guys do. It's just, I do have an issue with spending $150,000 of city money without really knowing what the budget is and where those dollars are going to be allocated to. So much for marketing, so much. I mean, we ask for budgets like that when we do community grants as well. So, and that's all. Like I said, I would just prefer to see the $150,000 removed from item 2, pending your first meeting to determine. Who knows? It might be more. I don't know.
Well, it will be more. I'll just put it frankly.
So, but I'll listen to everybody else.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just have some questions of the staff. Neighborhood Watch is a really great program, but we know there's other programs and organizations out there. So have we spoken to any other organization who may be interested in carrying out this type of work?
So just, this was a response to the delegation that Faisal and Don had presented in May. So we have not yet looked at what other organizations can possibly carry out a Neighborhood Watch program across Brampton. They've been doing this work for about 3 years now, so it just seemed like the right fit to consider them as the ones leading it at the moment.
Okay, so do we have a purchasing policy that requires the city to, conduct RFPs when purchasing high-priced services and goods?
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, there's a procurement bylaw. As to how this would fit in, I might defer that to the Commissioner of Community Services.
Sorry, I didn't hear you exactly. So do we have a purchasing policy that requires the city to conduct an RFP when purchasing high-priced services, goods, and so on?
So we do have a purchasing bylaw, and it dictates what we must publicly bid. So if it's over 100,000, it's got to be put on the website.
So I heard you say 100,000. So is that the value threshold that we require to hold an RFP?
Through your chair, that's for public bids. From 25 to 100, if we still do a bidding process, but it's invitational. And below 25, we can go direct.
Below 25,000, we can go direct. Yeah. Over 25,000, we have to send in an RFP.
Correct.
Okay. So would we be supporting or breaking our bylaw and policy if we award this contract today then? Because it's 150,000.
And sorry, to sole source it?
Yeah. Like, would we be supporting or breaking the bylaw? If we are required to have an RFP, I'm just wondering.
Through you, Chair, we are required to do public competitive process. There are conditions, though, that you can sole source, so we'd have to, look at, see if it followed one of those conditions. So there's several that are in the bylaw.
Okay, so how do we know if we're getting the best value for money? you know, for taxpayers if we have no comparisons?
Through the mayor, so that was the idea of the pilot program, was to explore how well they did, how they expanded, look at some of the specific metrics, to come back after the 6 months to see what the value was, and then make further steps in the quarter following the end of the 6-month program. That report will come back to council for your decision.
Okay. So we've done the KPMG audit, right? So, in the last 10 years, if we've done the KPMG or any other forensic audits done in Brampton, so what does the audit say about sole source contracts like this size? What does it say about that?
Through the mayor, we did a comprehensive review of our purchasing bylaw about a year and a half ago. And there are provisions that allow for sole source and single source, but there have to be, you know, rare exceptions. As I think the acting commissioner had mentioned, that under 25,000, there are rules that we are allowed to spend that kind of money. Between 25 and 100, we need to, you know, at least attempt to get 3 quotes, and then everything over 100,000, we should be going out to RFP. The intent and spirit is to ensure that there is some opportunities to look at that. However, based on the council direction that was provided for this report, this was asking us to look at ways and means, based on council direction, to fund or support the expansion in a pilot perspective. Brampton focuses in the Neighborhood Watch program. So we've identified a funding source to facilitate that one-time pilot. And then after that, we can attempt to assess and bring forward those recommendations as to whether council wants to continue to present that. In terms of your question in relation to audits, KPMG, they came in and did a service review of, I believe you're talking about our recent ones, or KPMG when they do our annual auditing?
Well, over the last 10 years, there's been audits
Yes.
done, so what does it say about sole source funding agreements?
So I believe there was a report done, I want to say 3 years ago, by, I think it was Guy Morin, who looked at our procurement process and protocols, and he had actually found we have relatively strong and sound purchasing policies and protocols and standard operating procedures. He identified a series of recommendations to enhance and tighten up. We took those recommendations and built them into our new purchasing bylaws. But over time, we have been relatively strong and consistent. And building on those recommendations from that individual, we have even stronger now.
Okay. But it does say over 100,000, we should be looking outside. But in this case, you're saying that because council directed only Neighborhood Watch, that's the only one we're looking at.
Through the mayor, that is correct. There are provisions that allow us to adjust for that, but primarily it is anything over 100,000 we do to go out to RFP.
Okay. And we do have the new Community Safety Advisory Committee. Has consideration to any, to some of their future plans, ideas, has that been considered when this decision or when this report was being done?
So I think considering that we had our first meeting just a few weeks ago, it was a bit difficult to have input from that committee. However, we do plan on having a discussion if the committee chair would like to.
Okay. So there hasn't been much discussion with the Community Safety Advisory Committee, granted that they just started. We haven't really looked outside to any other organizations who may be interested. Okay. I'm just going to listen to the other questions. There's another number of people on the board, so I have no further questions.
Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, my iPad went to sleep. Fazal and everybody listening, I want just to, if you can listen very carefully, just for a second, I want to say this. I support what you are trying to achieve here. With the intent that's in the report, I fully support that. Fazal, you've been around long enough to remember the Brampton communities, Brampton Safe City. The issues around Brampton Safe City were that council did not feel like they had a full, they had control of where the funds went, and in turn, then it unfortunately, I say it's unfortunate that Brampton Safe City fell, and we didn't continue funding. So there's the issues that I have are with respect to Councillor Bowman's questions around, you know, where the dollars are going, and I'm sure we can get there, and I'm confident that you and staff will be able to get there, and you know, the tracking and the transparency of the monies that are allocated. I just worry that, you know, let's fast forward 5-10 years from now, and let's say it is 300,000 back to almost where Brampton Safe City was. You have new members of council sitting around here saying, hey, that guy robbed us. You know, it's unfortunately, nobody thought that when Brampton Safe City first started, but it got to the point where, you know, people felt the way they felt, and there wasn't the accountability. So I want to start us off in the right foot in getting us there. Some members have talked about, you know, the original proposal. Well, that's not even the original proposal. The original proposal was last term, and you stood in this room, and I was sitting in that chair, and you're requesting the city to come and do something to help. And my response, if you recall, is give us a dollar figure. Maybe we can give you money instead, because it's cheaper for you to do something than it is for us, because it's always more expensive for the city to do. And I think that's essentially what we have here today, is it's better for you to be able to, you know, spend some of the funds and do the work, because you're going to be able to do it cheaper than we will. So that part of it, I support 100%. When we were talking about the 300,000 in the budget, when we were going through budget discussions and we were referring to the 300,000, and I reviewed the tape yesterday, and the mayor's words after I had spoken about the 300,000 was that we were going to earmark the 300,000 to be approved, subject to a meeting between the CAO, Mr. Sutton, past chair of Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, current chair of Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, Rasmeen, Bill, and we were going to have a discussion about what that kind of dollar figure looked like, and how are we going to be able to get to spend it, but who was going to be able to make those suggestions. So in my mind, it was 300,000 for the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee to have there and make requests through council on how to use that budget. But going back onto now what Fazal has talked about, we're already into the season. You know, we're losing time on this, and I understand that. So I'm in support of the report going forward, but I still, like Councillor Bowman has said, with respect, can we get the motion back up? With respect to the actual dollar figure, I think I would be a little bit more comfortable if maybe it said, because I know there's going to be monies that have to be spent probably tomorrow or next week prior to a month that's going to be happening 6 months from now, or is that what it said? 6 months from now. So maybe it should say up to the 150,000. So that way there's still some accountability towards the requests to staff to say, okay, and the slow release of funds, not slow to the request, but slow to the accountability. And then it's still not up on our screen. So maybe not getting rid of number 2 there, maybe it's up to 150,000 be allocated from capital project, community safety project to fund the 6-month expansion of Neighborhood Watch. Additionally, pending the workshop or the stakeholder meeting that's going to be happening for future consideration. But then there's still that the other funds that, you know, the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, I think they need to have that at their fingertips to say, okay, so we have some money here. Hey, council, we request this. We think this is a great initiative. Maybe it's Road Watch, maybe it's something else, and we've put some work into this. Do you mind giving us whatever it is for out of that? So I hope that helps. I've gone on a little bit longer than I thought, though. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Fazal, for coming in, and thank you very much for the report. I think everyone agrees that the Neighborhood Watch Brampton has a lot of goodwill, a good sort of trust brand recognition in the community, and have the ingredients that are creating success for Neighborhood Watch Brampton. And I can understand some of the concerns highlighted by my colleagues. But there is one piece in the report which I think could be a very tangible, deliverable item for Neighborhood Watch, which is on 9.2-4. And that is in relation to the actual workshop itself, bringing the existing captains and advocates together for that workshop and talking about the enhancement and the inclusivity needs of the residents in the city, and bringing the stakeholders and the police together. And I would actually also add in that workshop the members of the Community Safety Advisory Committee to be part of that conversation to start to build that relationship. Quick question, and then there are obviously, metrics coming out of that workshop, engagement of advocates, determining the priorities. And the priorities are important because we can't do everything all at once. No organization, even the city, can't do everything all at once. And so in terms of priorities, it'd be good to know what priority neighborhoods exist in Brampton and how we prioritize those neighborhoods in addressing neighborhood safety, but also looking at priority issues. So what are those top issues that Neighborhood Watch Brampton, together with the Safety Committee, could address and hone in on? So I think this piece, this workshop piece, is there a cost associated with that? Just in building to what Councillor Paleshi was saying in terms of the up to $150,000. Is there a cost? Does Neighborhood Watch Brampton know if there's a cost in putting together that workshop?
So that was one of the areas that I can answer. That staff suggested we have this one-time meeting. We're personally not big fans of the one-time meeting. The last thing we want to do is invite a resident to spend time at City Hall, big City Hall, when the issues are out in the community. But it's something we would do, and it's like something that would be done at the conservatory downstairs. It's a half day. I don't think that's money that would be coming out of that funding. I think that's probably something the city would help organize. So in terms of the budget, we have not allocated any funding for that specific event.
Okay, because I think it's a key component to understand
I agree.
where Neighborhood Watch Brampton has been successful and what the metrics are to spend the money moving forward, so that, and developing kind of the priorities for Neighborhood Watch Brampton to kind of alleviate some of the concerns expressed by council today. And if that is one piece, in working with the Community Safety Advisory Committee, Neighborhood Watch Brampton could bring forward the reports coming out of that workshop. And one workshop doesn't mean it's the only workshop. I think that it's a launching pad, given the fact that we now have also a Community Safety Advisory Committee. And then perhaps that could come forward for the fall. And then moving forward, the Community Safety Advisory Committee will work with Neighborhood Watch Brampton to help expand the program. Like, I think that might be the path forward, because there is a lot of goodwill and a lot of good work, we know, in Neighborhood Watch Brampton. But I think the concern around what happened in the previous Safe City Bramptons and the money allocated, now that we have the Safety Advisory Committee in place, there's opportunity for more synergies and more partnership, and for the program itself, at the pilot itself, to be even more successful. I'm putting that out there as a recommendation to follow through on. Perhaps it requires a motion. I'm testing my colleagues around the table here. The only other piece that I would want to highlight is the media partnership. I'm going to bring this up because we had a question in polling about some of the top issues in Brampton. One of the top issues in Brampton was safety. There is this perception in the community that Brampton is not safe. Safety is a concern. And one of the other questions was whether or not police are doing a good job in keeping the city safe. And the majority of residents agreed that they were. So what we're seeing is a little bit of discrepancy between the perception of safety and whether or not we are safe. And part of bridging that gap is actually through the media and telling the story about the fact that, and positive reinforcement, telling the story that the city is safe, but also sharing with residents through media, through communications, what the city is doing when something bad happens, how we are addressing, how are we solving the safety issue. And so this media partnership thing, I think, is important. So I'm happy to see that here, and that Stratcom is going to be working to with Brampton Focus to deal with some of those issues. And I think that's the only other point I wanted to bring up. So I'm happy to bring forward a motion, if I test the table around here, that we move forward with delivering the workshop, working with Neighborhood Watch Brampton, identifying what that cost is, and then coming back in the fall with a budget and a plan to move forward with the additional money.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think Councillor Santos, just to be clear, are you then recommending striking out recommendation 2 and replacing it with that a workshop be held to sort out some of the issues and then report come forward after the fact?
Yeah, and obviously some of the money associated with conducting that workshop would be in place, but I think part of the questions are around metrics, around budget, around what the plan is to what we're going to be using the money for, and how we're going to measure Neighborhood Watch being successful. And so based on the report, this piece of the report will help achieve that objective. And then maybe by the fall, in consultation with the Safety Advisory Committee, we'll have a more solidified idea as to what to do with the rest of the money. And it'll be not just necessarily Neighborhood Watch Brampton, it'll be with the Safety Advisory Committee, with the police, and a more wholesome discussion about priorities, priority neighborhoods, and priority safety issues.
Can I address a couple of things? Sorry, before we start, so I think council, we need to have a motion to add a delegation. So the delegation was invited up, but council didn't introduce a motion, which is a 2/3 motion to add a delegation after the approval of the agenda. And then
moved by Councillor Padero, second by Councillor Bowman. All those in favor? Okay.
thank you.
Okay. As for working with other groups and organizations, we've been doing this for over 2 years, so nobody else picked up the ball in 2 years. When Safe City closed, it just sat there. No organization came forward except us. So as for working with other organizations, there are none. The other thing is, right now, we have been working with the City of Brampton with their nurturing neighborhoods. Our students, we have 19. I think we have 5 going tonight. 2 are going before the first one was launched. So we've been actually using our students to help your nurturing neighborhoods. All right, that's the first thing. Also, Peel Regional Police, we've been working with them since we started the program. Even 6 months before we started the program, we were in liaison with the Peel Regional Police. So before we started doing this, we had a whole bunch of stuff. And Peel Police was actually more than willing to work with us because they wanted Neighborhood Watch back in Brampton. That was the first thing. The program has been running. It's been stalled since January because we've been asking for this. And we said to them, either the city helps us or we cancel the program. That was the whole scenario because it costs money to run a program. And the money has been coming from Brampton Focus. So to expand the program across the city takes a lot of time and effort and money. Part of this $150,000 goes towards a full-time staff person to actually be on staff to do this. You've given us 6 months left in the year. We have already a rollout phase 1, 2, and 3 already programmed, ready to go, right? We've got 2 months on each phase, right? Because you're running it forward from now to December. You want the Q2 report in January. Doesn't give us much time, right? So for doing what we're asking to do and allocate our students, not for nurturing neighborhoods, but we've been doing that as well. We could have had them going to Neighborhood Watch rather than nurturing neighborhoods. But nurturing neighborhoods is a good idea because it's cross-sectioning to what we want to do as an organization, which is not running Neighborhood Watch specifically, but integrating fire, emergency preparedness, the whole things about the nurturing neighborhoods and making it as an umbrella organization with all sorts of things to be able to inform the residents. It's not only about safety. It's about informing residents about all sorts of different things. So there's a lot of, if you take a look at the number, a police constable hires, I think, $90,000. That's one person. One bylaw officer, his starting salary is probably $70,000, $80,000. What we're asking for is that full-time plus everything else that has to go on to that. It's not an easy task. I think the BIA gets more money than we do at this point in time, and they're a four-corner area. You're asking for a city-run program across the entire city and the time and effort that goes into that. No one has done that in 2.5 years. No one picked up the ball. We did, right? It's our money. It's our time invested. I don't know how much time I put in. I don't know how much she put in. But it's been in a lot of time and effort. So we do have a rollout schedule ready to go. It's just a matter of, are we going to do it or not?
Councillor Santos, that wraps up your questions. Councillor Willen's next, but I just want to add a question in here. I think we all appreciate that Neighborhood Watch is doing some great work in our community. Are there neighborhoods ready to go, and what is the cost, what is the consequence of delay? I think, for example, there's one neighborhood group in Wards 9 and 10, Vales of Humber, that has a very active WhatsApp group that I know Councillor Harkird and Councillor Gerbfried appreciate.
And we're meeting with them this Saturday as well.
I understand, and I know what I've told them is very soon they'll be able to set up a neighborhood watch. With the consequence, if we don't proceed now, does that mean we can't set up the groups like that are on the pending list?
Yeah, we're looking for a totally different thing. It's like, you know what, we have 19 students, we can allocate them towards different avenues of what we want to do to grow our organization, right? Whether it be Brampton Focus, Harmonize, Small Business Hub, or whatever happens to be. We're managing the students. We're lending them out to the city for the nurturing neighborhoods. We don't have to do that.
Those 19 students, by the way, is a $100,000 federal investment specifically to help this program.
So, and one thing I would note on this, one of the reasons I find this interesting is part of the challenges that you get when there's an incident or two in the community, through broken telephone, it gets exaggerated. And I think by having this more formal arrangement, one, we can not have this negative cycle of people thinking that it's unsafe to be in Brampton, but actually let people know what's now available, that the police presence that is there, whether it's fire prevention or police work, it's actually that information campaign. And if I recall, part of your plan when you had the pilot project before was a newsletter where you communicated that, and would that be your plan?
That's part of our phase 1 and part of phase 2.
Well, if I could just add, I keep hearing the term, and even in the report, it was newsletter. It's actually a newspaper. That's a 16-page full-color production, high-volume production that is not an inexpensive thing to do.
And so the messages that the Peel Police and Brampton Fire want to get out, we've been struggling to get it sometimes where there's digital exaggeration. You'd be there to help us.
Well, we've talked to Bill, who's a fire chief, and we talked to him about, there's corporate messages and there's messages that we want to get out, right? So there are two different messages. Corporate is basically to extend the corporation. Ours is more informational, right? So we already talked to Bill about what we have, a whole list of different things that we could do to be able to inform the residents, because there's a lot of things out there that people don't know about. Even 311 is a big issue, right? So we know that there is a lag, there's a black hole of information that a lot of residents are looking for, and you want to get it to the ground level. If you're talking about advocating bringing in captains to City Hall, that's not what we're looking for. We want to do it on the ground.
And you had groups ready to go, like Vales of Humber yesterday, correct?
Yeah, the Vales of Humber is, like you said, very vocal, and
There's probably 4 established neighborhood watch groups in that area.
that are ready to go.
They're
right?
already
running
in the program, but for 2 years, we haven't been able to go back and say, here's how the city's gonna put a sign on the street. Not that we're advocating for signs right now, that's something we wanna leave with staff, over the next 6 months.
Okay, and so I've got a few more comments, and that's just one concern I want to insert, is if we have this workshop, can it be done in a fashion where we're proceeding, not actually delay this any further? And so I'll look to Councilor Santos how that could be wordsmithed, because I know we've been talking about this around here for 6 months, and I wouldn't want to see a further delay. Councilor Willens.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Faisal and Don, for coming up. It's always a pleasure to see you folks speak in front of us. I tend to agree with Councillor Bowman about seeing, the allocation of the funds, but I like what Councillor Peleshi's put on there, up to 150,000, because I think that will achieve in that time. We wouldn't have allocated all the funds, and that would have achieved in that time the workshop that Councillor Santos is trying to. So are you guys good with just putting in there up to the 150,000? And then, like you say, Faisal, you could be coming back for asking more. I don't think council they probably would support you on that, because as the program grows. So are you okay with, because that's the only difficulty I have with that.
I got no problem with it.
Because without seeing what's going on.
We haven't talked about this, but I would have a problem with that.
But
because it means every single thing has to go through an approval process.
Well, your first one's going to be labor. That's going to be the biggest one right off the bat.
Which vendor do we use for our marketing plan? We got to, it takes 2 weeks to get a marketing plan. We have 6 weeks left for our students. If we got to, I don't know when the safety advisory committee is going to meet. Yeah. So, one of the values of the neighborhood watch program as it exists today is the autonomy from the city. Yes, we're asking for money, and you can decide no, not to give any money, and we can decide, we don't need to continue with the level of investment we have with the program. But the program really succeeds because it's autonomous. And to address Councillor Peleshi's point, there are historical issues with the way the program was run with the last organization. This is a 6-month, I'm not going to use the word pilot, it's a 6 months. After the 6 months, if we don't deliver what we're saying we're going to be doing with the program, there's no need to continue the program, right? Staff will know way ahead of time what we're doing or not doing, and we'll have enough time to kind of prepare for that. If it does happen, we don't want to see that happen. We're standing here in the public saying, we are going to utilize that funding as efficiently as possible, because that's what we've been doing for the last 3 years, to maximize the value to residents.
And the problem with the last one was there was a councillor that was married to another one. I'm not married to Faisal.
You're not. Anyway, well, let me finish. Okay, I've just sort of talked with Councillor Peleshi, and it is in there that it's a 6 months program anyway to fund this, and if you don't come through in the 6 months, then we just cancel it anyway. So,
and there's a lot of parameters and metrics that they're looking for that basically they want to see the results of. So if we can't deliver the results, and
then I'd be anxious to hear what Councillor Santos is going to say about her added. I guess. And then Councillor Williams. And then Councillor Williams. But anyway, I'm fine then. Just leave it the way it is. Okay.
Councillor Williams. Oh, shoot, I lost you there. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Are you both a registered non-for-profit?
Yes.
So when you've applied for other funding,
yes,
for other sources, you have to give an itemized budgeting description?
No, only after.
Only after they've approved the funding?
Absolutely. You have a pre-done on what we're going to do, but then you have to submit it after, right? So, you have what do we have, the harmonized, the line items, like we give a rough estimate of what the program is, what it entails, what things are going to get done, but they're broad generic terms, right? So, venue rentals and stuff like that, food, whatever, right? So it's very generic.
Oh, because it's interesting, because when I've done non-for-profit applications, and usually you have to give a pretty detailed outline of where that money is going and how much is,
Well, we've gone
what is
two
being spent
provincial and
for.
one federal, so.
Yeah.
And we've also applied on behalf of neighborhoods for the neighborhood
Community grant program.
initiatives program, which is actually more onerous than we found for the federal program.
Exactly.
For a $1,000 grant, the paperwork you have to do, so.
It's pretty
That's the
intensive.
level of bureaucracy we don't want to see resident, part of this program is to go to all the neighborhoods. We have about 50 neighborhoods captains over the last 2 years. How many of those are selected? To be honest, we don't know. We want to go back with them and say, there's this fund that you can apply for through us, because they have to be a nonprofit, to help use that fund for what it's supposed to be. I know last year, I'm not sure that fund was even like 100% used.
So, how much, can you give us a dollar amount on how much it costs to get a neighborhood street activated? Like, how much does that cost? Can you give us
So
a
we
dollar?
don't go by street. We look, the Rotary was here looking for a 10-year plan, and I completely understand why they're here, because you have to allocate, you have to plan. If we go back to our I don't know how I would approach, I'm embarrassed to go back to residents now and say that council is telling us to run a workshop in the fall, because how do you say this is a viable program? They're gonna laugh at us. They're gonna the brand of Neighborhood Watch is gonna dissipate, because I haven't even sent an email to the entire group for 6 months. I don't know what to say anymore, because the city's not a partner with us. And to go back and say we're gonna do a workshop, that is not what residents want to hear.
Well, through you, Mayor, I think it's really important, though, that the residents see that council's doing their due diligence to make sure that we're clear on where we're going to spend their money. And, community safety is a major issue, and Neighborhood Watch has been very successful, but, there has been concern around how it's been handled at council in the past. So we want to make sure we're getting it right this time around.
If I can address you, Councilor Williams?
Sure.
Can you give me one incident with our program about how our program has been addressed?
The last one.
No,
The last
when
one
it was
she's talking
managed through Safe City
Right,
and
but you know what,
everything.
if we ask every resident in the city, I'd say 1% of them knew about the old program.
Yeah.
Not even 1%.
About Neighborhood Watch?
About the old program.
Safe City? Well, yeah, because nobody really knows that Safe City managed Neighborhood Watch, but people
Nobody
just
knew
know
about the program.
Neighborhood
Because the
Watch.
program was basically it was orientated, basically, it wasn't a proactive program. If you take a look at the old program, it had to go through the old program like Fazal did. It was a program where the onus was on basically, not on the organization to be able to help people start neighborhood watches, but on them
so
to
I'm-
actually do all the work. So-
I've been advised from the clerk that, I've been advised from the
I'm
clerk.
just- yeah,
we
I
sort of
still-
need to-
I just have one more
just
question.
1 second. We've been wheeled in by the clerk that this is not a question and debate portion, so if there's comments, but I think we have to thank the delegation for their time.
Unless there's, through you, Mr. Mayor, unless there's any specific questions from members on the board of the delegation.
I don't have
And then the matter should be debated by council. Otherwise, the meeting will go on for some time.
Okay, so thank you, Don and Pat.
Okay, thank you.
So no, I'm not finished yet, so, oh, you just want questions? What's going on? What do you want? Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I advised, unless there's members on the board who have specific questions of the delegation, council should receive the delegation so they can take a seat, and then the matter can be properly debated by council. So Councillor Paleshi said he has a question of the delegation.
Do you have any additional questions, Councilor Williams, of the delegation specifically?
Not of the delegations, but I do want to
Okay,
speak of
so we'll revert on the board to you after
Councillor
final
Paleshi.
questions, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Paleshi, question for the delegation.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fazal, you made the comment about the signage, and you've also made a comment about city running this program. I just want to clarify, the city of Brampton is not going to be running Neighborhood Watch or these programs. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
When you say with these programs,
Around Neighborhood Watch, the city of Brampton is not going to be the one running the program.
correct. It will be Neighborhood Watch Brampton under Brampton Focus, correct.
Right, okay. That's the only question that I have.
but we will be working in conjunction with the Safe City Advisory.
100%.
Yeah.
But then
And
we get
fire
back to the fact that there is a risk to the city of Brampton, and I don't want to open
No, no,
up
I
that door
understand.
again.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, back to Councillor Williams.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to staff. So I'm really concerned about the RFP process. You know, I think it's a large amount of money to be giving to one organization if we haven't followed the policy. So if you do not need an RFP of 25,000, and if Brampton Focus came to the city, yeah? If Brampton Focus came to the city, would you have approved the 25,000?
So if I may, through the chair, Schedule D of the purchasing bylaw, it's okay, does not apply to not-for-profit, so they are exempt from the purchasing bylaw.
And so,
Okay.
Councillor Williams, I'm told
Good
that
to
the
know.
city solicitor can answer your question.
Yeah.
Actually, the acting CAO has correctly stated the city's position. I understand as well that the funds are in the nature of a grant, which is a further exemption from the purchasing bylaw, and the purchasing bylaw does not have application in this instance. There is a $100,000 threshold, but it does not apply to this matter.
Okay, so we can just approve. So I do appreciate Neighborhood Watch, and I know it has been very well received, and people have thoroughly enjoyed being a part of it for many years, regardless who was the one that was running it or not. And I know it will be well received. I just think that we might need a bit more time to sort out where exactly the money is going and how that money is going to be spent, just to do our due diligence for the community. And so, whoa, it just disappeared from us. So I was looking at the motion. So I support the number 2, the workshop, especially because it will identify objectives and costs. And in that way, there will be consultation, and it will be an opportunity for more people to weigh in on direction of community safety in the city of Brampton. Knowing that, but I am okay with a certain amount of costs to be allocated, whatever that dollar amount may be, as recommended by staff, to be able to make sure that, you know, a certain number of communities that are in limbo, waiting to get started, has the means to be started. So those are just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pelesci, I knocked off the board, so I'll put you back on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we're slowly starting to come back to kind of where Councillor Bowman had originally, as the first speaker, had suggested. So I think that I realize that there needs to be funds that are available now for Neighborhood Watch Brampton to be able to go out tomorrow confidently and make those phone calls or send that email. So I think back to in the words of Councillor Bowman, which I don't really remember what they were, but I remember the intent of it was that it was that monies be allocated from the capital project to proceed now, and that a report after the meeting, it entangled it with the meeting as well, for future funds or for the accountability of the monies being spent. So I support Councillor Bowman going back on the board.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A pilot, I'm reading verbatim, a pilot of the expansion of the Neighborhood Watch Brampton program will allow an opportunity to assess the outcomes and metrics of the Neighborhood Watch program before making any long-term financial and resource commitments. This council, every single member sitting here, pledged in the previous election that we would prioritize community safety. We have here an organization which, for a very long time, has been working on a completely volunteer basis to advance the ideals of community safety through a neighborhood watch program, which essentially is neighbors working together to monitor and be aware of what is happening in their community, to ensure that steps are taken to make their communities safer, to make Brampton a safer city. And so the idea that, and it's a fact, and the delegation said very clearly, no one else stepped up when Brampton Safe City was shuttered in 2015, that spring. Brampton Focus realized that safety was a priority back then and mobilized its resources and its skills to create a modern version of what Neighborhood Watch can be. Because in the old days, before social media, it required usually for a break-in or some mishap in a community to take place and an interaction between police and residents to connect them with an organization like Brampton Safe City and to encourage them to establish a program. Once the connection between the residents and Brampton Safe City took place, Brampton Safe City's role was to organize that community and to connect each one of them and to organize them so that they have a safe, so that they implement the principles of Neighborhood Watch and you have the benefits that you derive from them. There is no one else in the city of Brampton today doing what Neighborhood Watch Brampton is doing, because they have essentially modernized their process where it is able to reach out to neighborhoods that don't even know that they need a Neighborhood Watch program today, to think about that is probably something that they should do. Within the very first 2 to 3 months of Neighborhood Watch Brampton was in operation, hundreds of neighborhoods established a desire to create a program. So when council asks what other organizations are there that we may want to work with, they're not there. They're not there right now. And I think that that's very important. The conversation was kind of veering off in a strange direction with regards to purchasing rules. There isn't a industry out there of organizations wanting to offer Neighborhood Watch orientation in cities across North America. Maybe there should be, but that's not the case right now. So we don't put out for tender a request to bring in organizations to help orient Neighborhood Watch. The Community Safety Advisory Committee is looking for organizations to help neighborhoods organize themselves. And they are also looking for data and metrics. And that's what this report calls upon Neighborhood Watch Brampton to do. So I don't want to squeeze the opportunity for Neighborhood Watch Brampton to demonstrate and prove even further of the benefits that they can offer to the community. But I am listening to what members of council are saying, is that they want to have a little bit more fine control over where the $150,000 goes to. And so I would hope that Neighborhood Watch Brampton and staff can work together to manage that and to keep us informed even throughout the next 6 months. But I'm hoping that members of council will support this and look to see, and for Neighborhood Watch Brampton to prove what we already know, is that Neighborhood Watch programs are effective, that they help residents to take control of their neighborhoods. If I could just put a question to staff. Do we know how much Mississauga Safe City is able to, what kind of support does Mississauga Safe City get from the city of Mississauga to run their programs? And I know from the report here, it's that the Neighborhood Watch is a big component of what they do.
Yeah, through the mayor. So 2018 figures, I believe, around 232,000 that the city of Mississauga provides to Safe City Mississauga. I think they have about another $220,000 that's based on other grants and stuff they receive from different organizations.
So their total budget is approximately $500,000?
Approximately, yes, based on the latest numbers. I think that was 2018.
Okay. And one of the key parts that I think is important here is that a program like Neighborhood Watch Brampton needs a partnership with the city to be able to become self-sufficient. And that is discussed here in the report, that one of the expectations of the city of Brampton is that Neighborhood Watch Brampton over time becomes as self-sufficient as possible. And so I would just ask council to consider the content of the report. This is a pilot so that we can get the data that we need, and that the Safety Advisory Committee can use as well to fine-tune and make Neighborhood Watch more effective and to serve the residents of the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Vicente. And Councilor Santos, you were working on wordsmithing that motion. Do we have the update? So just so councilors can have it while they're debating?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think based on the discussion, and I also share some of the things that Councilor Vicente had as well, I want to highlight, though, I don't think that council wants control. I don't think we want control over what happens with 150 and what Neighborhood Watch Brampton is doing. I think what we've been asking for is just more details as to where money is going, and that's all. And that's just based on like the negative experience we had from the organization that came before Neighborhood Watch Brampton. So to amend the motion, item number two, that should council direct staff to proceed and based on the request from Brampton Focus Neighborhood Watch Brampton, up to 150,000 be allocated, blah, 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 semicolon, but to include a workshop specifically with the captains, workshops with the captains and advocates who are there. So what I think is important is for us to understand exactly where the existing Neighborhood Watch Brampton organizations are at with the captains and advocates. There are best practices, there are sharing and learning and experiences to be had from what Neighborhood Watch Brampton was doing as a volunteer organization, and now with some level of resources and support from the city, having them come back together to understand from the city's perspective, from the Community Safety Advisory Safety Committee perspective, what gaps are missing. So those workshops are still important. And then I also want to keep the Community Safety Advisory Committee. So just because Neighborhood Watch Brampton doesn't come to the Community Safety Advisory Committee in this allocation of funds doesn't mean, I think that it's important for the Community Safety Advisory Committee to be involved with Neighborhood Watch Brampton. And so when we're having these workshops and when we're implementing this pilot program, the Community Safety Advisory Committee should be involved in that process as well. So strike out all that stuff in red at the top, and then I think that will be the amendment there. But Councillor Singh whispered in my ear that we do need to keep the Community Safety Advisory Committee somewhere in this motion. To include workshops with the captains and advocates, and in consultation with the Community Safety Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
That should do it.
So you're adding that to number two?
Yeah, adding to number two.
And in consultation with the Community Safety Advisory Committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the only other thing that I will add here is that I know we're asking for Neighborhood Watch Brampton and city staff to work together. But this, to be very clear, this is a pilot program for Neighborhood Watch Brampton. And so while we're giving resources up to $150,000 to Neighborhood Watch Brampton, a lot of the legwork is going to have to be done by Neighborhood Watch Brampton.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Santos. We are slowly making our way through the speakers list. Councillor Singh.
Call the question.
Call the question. Okay, Councillor Pertini hasn't spoken, is that correct? Has he not spoken? Clerk? Councillor Pertini.
Thank you. I just want to, I'm supportive of this. You know, during the campaign, everyone talked about safety. So we got Brampton Watch coming out involved with our Brampton safety, and we're not doing a pilot project. We end up putting $300,000, and now we cut it to half to test it out, and we're saying no. But meanwhile, we're the first ones going around jumping on the videos and all with these people. So maybe we should all work for free like them. There's a difference between the Brampton safe save from last time, where people are making $118,000, $120,000 compared to what these people are doing.
Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I echo a lot of the comments, but essentially I could tell you, having experienced how important a neighborhood watch activity, for example, in my neighborhood, where it got neighbors together, not only was I impressed, not only did neighbors unanimously, and it was a full room at the curling club, unanimously they all said, when we talked about why council didn't support this financially or support them financially, everybody was flabbergasted. All I heard was sighs and people coming to me, Councillor, you have to support this. I've seen the great work they do. I've seen the amount of work that needs to go into this. So I'm ready to approve the staff report as is. I'm not sure in terms of the requirements of workshops and captains and all that stuff. I'll leave that up to Brampton folk or up to the neighborhood watch Brampton to come back. But we approve community grants for $60,000, $70,000, and community organizations, they have to, they're accountable to, I guess, our grants program, which is not as thorough, I would suggest, as maybe what we're asking Brampton Focus to go through and to jump through this hoops for 150. So I'm not sure. I just think thank you for making this available. This fills a big void that we have here at the city, and I would just encourage my colleagues to, this is one of these pilot projects that we should really fully support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Medeiros. Councilor Dillon, last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. We had a discussion last June, I believe, on community safety, and there was some type of provincial legislation that allowed, I believe, as the cities or the regions to combat certain issues they had involving community safety. Sorry, I'm looking to Al, because Al, you and I had worked on a motion. I think the previous mayor had eventually put forth that motion. I'm just wondering if that can be related, tied into this anyway, and if there's an update on that community safety plan. Like, how do we bring everything together?
So Councillor Dillon, I think you're referring to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that's being led by the Medical Officer of Health and the Chief of Police. Am I correct?
I don't remember the exact name of it, but it was led through it was a region-wide initiative, and one of the critiques of it I had at that time was that we needed a more Brampton-focused one, but it was encouraging the region to come back with some type of plan. And so it's been over 1 year now. It's been about 13 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if there's any update on that plan itself.
So through the mayor, that is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that is being led by the region, and the update on that would be that they're still working through finding a particular focus. We are representing the city of Brampton, and we are hoping that now that we have an established Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, that we'll have a stronger representation to advocate for Brampton's needs.
So it's been 13 months though. How do we not have an update on that?
Through the mayor, so that committee is underway. They had to define the terms of reference They meet on a quarterly basis, I believe. They have what they call a system leadership table. So they project that that will come back in early 2021. That's the timeline that the committee has set out to bring back the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. But as Razmeen mentioned, the Community Safety Advisory Committee just got started a couple of weeks ago. They're meeting every 2 weeks through the summer, and they're helping define the main priorities of interest for the city that will also relate back into the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan.
So just to, I guess, wrap up this point, we had a rash of crime last summer, and I had tried to bring something forward a little bit proactive. I'm not sure how impactful that program was, and I'm surprised we really made no progress on it. But I'm looking forward to, and obviously I support this, but I'm looking forward to bringing real results to our members of the community who have actual crime issues going on in the neighborhoods. And so I have worked with Neighborhood Watch, and I've seen some of the work that they do. And so I'm hopeful that the results of the pilot project come back positively. Thanks. And can we get a recorded vote?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon. Recorded vote has been called.
Recorded vote's been requested on the motion as amended on the screen. All in favor of the motion, please stand to be counted. Showing in favor is Councillor Dillon, Councillor Singh, Councillor Fortini, Councillor Williams, Councillor Medeiros, Mayor Brown, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Paleshi, Councillor Willens, Councillor Vasante, Councillor Santos. Mr. Mayor, the motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Okay. It only takes us an hour to talk each other into a unanimous vote. Okay. Next item is item 9.3. And I have a motion to put on the... this is the report from Multilingual Services and Ethnic Media Advertising. This was based on council direction about a month ago when we were talking about inclusion and diversity. And we've had a few delegations from different groups criticize the city's outreach. You remember the Pakistani Press Association that came here amongst others. And Jason's team have been working on a way that we could up our game on engagement, whether it's putting a tender out, whether it is city advertisement. This would be able to incorporate that goal for inclusion, equity, and reflecting the mosaic of the city in how we advertise. And so a little bit of history on this. In 2014, we went from 10 languages that we to 4, and this is suggesting we go back to the 10. Councillor Fortini.
Quickly, are the languages on here? I don't see. Or we're going to bring it back?
It would be based on Stats Canada top 10.
So, okay, I'm fine. But it would be nice if we had it on here. That's fine.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries. Next item is item 9.4, a civic events protocol. Do any members have questions regarding the staff report? I have one question to myself, if there's no councillors have questions. The clerk had mentioned before that this would mean debates would be included in the city space. I actually think if there's going to be a provincial or federal debate and they wanted to use the Rose Theatre, that I think that's actually an appropriate use. I think if it was a partisan event advocating a partisan purpose, then that wouldn't be appropriate on the city space. But I think debates are part of our democratic process, and I wouldn't want city facilities to be excluded from that. It's similar to the comment I made on the federal advocacy town hall. So looking to the clerk, how could we amend that to make sure the debates would be exempt from that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, recommendation 3 in the report talks about an updated use of corporate resources policy that reflects a prohibition on any election activities in city facilities, whether municipal, provincial, or federal. To affect what you are suggesting, then it would be adopting the report with an amendment to allow for debates to occur within the writ period for a provincial or federal election, or are you also suggesting within a municipal election period in a city facility if coordinated or managed by
is
impartial party?
Debates would be permitted in election periods on city facilities if booked through proper channels. So if, example is in the last municipal election, they booked groups booked the Rose Theatre, New Brampton and Brampton Focus, and they had a debate, and that was, I think, one of the only venues large enough to have a large debate like that. And if there was going to be a debate provincial or federally, I just don't think debates are the same as a partisan event.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The challenge may be sometimes that all candidates or all parties may not participate, so then there's a question of fairness.
Well, then that's their loss if they don't want to show up. But Councillor, so if you could work on the wordsmithing to amend that, and then Councillor Vicente has a comment. Councillor Vicente?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on page 9.4-12, it talks about application scope, and it applies to members of council, candidate, registered third parties in a municipal and school board trustee elections or by-election staff during a campaign period. And where applicable, this policy applies to all registered candidates for a provincial or federal or by-election, and then it has a number of exceptions listed here. And I noticed, interestingly, in item 3.4, we would make an exception if a provincial or federal announcement in which one government is in a writ period may be permitted if directly related to government business. And I think that, of course, is appropriate during an election period if an elected government were to desire to come to Brampton, perhaps arrange for something to happen, say at the soccer center, which is a very common place where these types of announcements happen, we would allow that to take place. So if it is the will of council to host an election-related event during an election, and again, the will of council, the whole of council, to hold an event in a facility, that should also enter here as an exception.
Yeah.
Is my suggestion.
Yeah. So I think the clerk's going to look on some wordsmithing. I don't see any objection to that, but I think when Councillor Vicente says election-related event, he means you're talking about debates, right? Well, are you referring to broader than that?
Just put me back up on
Yes.
Essentially, the scope of this policy is to not permit any election-related activity, but then it adds in here several exceptions. And if it is the will of council at this point to include an exception where, for example, as we discussed earlier today, the city, in partnership with others, decides to host a debate or a town hall to discuss matters that council is united behind, then that can be an exception that is permitted under this policy.
So what I suggest then, I think what you're saying is if it's a city-sponsored election event, then that's exempt. A city-sponsored one. So if there's a city town hall, that's exempt. But the one thing I'd flag there, say CP24 or say CBC Toronto wanted to host a provincial election town hall and book the Rose Theatre, because it's a debate, I still think it's neutral. I don't think it's a partisan event. And so
that is correct.
Even if the city's not involved, I would suggest that that's fair and frankly to the city's benefit if they're going to shine a light on issues that are important to Brampton in Brampton. So I think the wording we're looking for is city partnered or debates.
Mr. Mayor. These are the staff recommendations, so if the intent is to approve the updated use of corporate resources policy subject to, as is shown in red, subject to permitted exceptions for city-sponsored or third-party candidate or campaign debates or town halls.
So what do you mean by third-party candidate?
Sorry, it may be third-party organization, like, as you suggested, media, like CP24,
Yeah.
hosting candidate or campaign debates.
Can we put it in nonpartisan third-party organization? Candidate or campaign debates or town halls. Okay, that's good. Okay, C as amended. Councilor Medeiros. Okay. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, 9.5 was already dealt with in consent. 9.6 was dealt with in consent. 9.7 was dealt with in consent. 9.8 was dealt with in consent. 9.9. Hopefully, council can follow how we conducted the last three items, and we'll deal with this one just as swiftly. Are there any questions regarding the staff report on community youth hubs? Councilor Medeiros has a question.
Not really a question, just I'd like to move the report. I also, I think just from the context and to understand, I guess, the origins of this, this, again, I know it got heated last time, which, I apologize publicly. I did not conduct myself accordingly. But essentially, I think sometimes some of us who are more engaged with certain files sometimes lose perspective that maybe not everyone has the same contextual information and access that others have. And this, being the chair of human services, I was very familiar with. So I think the context really is to, is this the only model that we want to follow? And we heard a delegation today which brought another interesting model. This simply is for us to leverage support which Mississauga, through one of their counselors in conversation with the mayor, has suggested because of us supporting, I guess, a retrofit of an old building there for a community hub, that we would say, why not Brampton also do the same? And that essentially was it. And the price tag, as much as we would like to do it across the city, and I think it would be very important that every ward or every area does get something similar, we have to keep it with relatively the same budget allocation which was supported at the region. If we go beyond and we develop a different strategy, the risk is we go to the region when we're trying to leverage at 50%, and they say, no, that's not what we supported. That's not what we did here at the region. So with that context, I think, this is just a first step based on the data from staff. But I do think that there seems to be this impetus from council and interest into expanding this in other areas. So I just hope that this is just the first part. It may die in the water, understanding the announcement in November on regional governance review. So this can all be for naught, but at least it's important that we have a consolidated, a unified position by the city for us to propose and present in September as our sort of proposal, and we see where the cards lie and see what happens with regional governance. So I thank you very much, staff, and I thank you for my colleagues, and I hope you can support it. Thank you.
Councilor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, and I echo everything that Councilor Medeiros has said. Obviously, I support the report and the recommendations to bring this forward to the region to ask for funding it, and I appreciate all of council colleagues in their understanding of the context of where this is coming from. Thanks.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Motion carries. 9.10 was dealt with in consent. 9.11, renewal of inactive taxi plates and registration of the vehicle. Do we have any questions on this? Put the motion up on the floor. This is moved by Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Fortini. All those in favor? Motion carries. Fortini is, okay. Actually, it was seconded by Councillor Pulaski because Councillor Fortini is not here. Our next item is 9.12, but that was dealt with in consent. 9.13, what's the next one? Oh, 9.13 is being held until after closed session. 9.14 was dealt with in consent. 9.15 was dealt with in consent.
No.
No? Oh, actually, sorry, we took that out of consent. Councillor Medeiros will have a motion in regards to keeping this closer to the Portuguese community and church in the city.
Yeah, and I thank you for staff for, I know this is some, I remember Bruce, you had talked about that, you know, you guys did the best with what, I guess, the time constraints. And all I would like to do is refer this back to staff to see, and again, you know, we have more time to search, but I would, understanding that there are members of the Portuguese community all across Brampton, but I guess symbolically and significantly, we have a Portuguese church, Our Lady of Fatima, which is on Malta Avenue. So I would hope that staff have more time to review the area adjacent and see if there's any park that is not significant enough in terms of its naming that would be open to a renaming. You know, and traditionally where the Portuguese have been is either between wards 1 and 5 and 3 and 4, more in Brampton proper, and as we grew, and notwithstanding, I know they're all across the city, but if we can keep it close to the church, then it does create a little bit more of that tie and hub with the community. So I will just like to refer this back to staff, and I'll give you all the time that you need. You know, as far as I know with our seasons, this probably wouldn't be happening probably till next spring. So I will give you the time if staff can come back. Is that okay, Bruce?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So the only point I will make is that the naming policy did have a statement, and I don't have it in front of me, that suggests that the renaming of existing assets should be only of ones with administrative names that exist today. So I just want to make that one point, but certainly we can work through that, find something, and come back with an appropriate report.
Thank you.
So, it's a second by Councillor Vicente, and just to say, I think if there's a new park or an existing one, right, that is close to one of these areas, there may be a name that is innocuous, that doesn't have an historical or heritage reference. And there's the big festival that I know we're hoping to have this.
Oh, yeah.
When is that festival?
That's mid-September.
Mid-September. So can we have this back the first meeting when we return?
We'll have something for you for the first meeting.
No, same one.
No, I would add more parks.
We just wanted a location. We just wanted a location that was more appropriate. Okay, so all those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, 9.16 was dealt in consent. 9.17 was dealt in consent. Reports from accountability officers, there's none. Committee reports. We now have item 11, committee reports or minutes. We have 3 committee reports in the forms of minutes or recommendations on today's agenda. Under Council's meeting procedures, the committee or section chair introduces their committee report or minutes and summarizes the matters considered and now brought forward to Council today for ratification. Our first item is 11.1, minutes for the June 17th Planning and Development Committee meeting. The committee recommendations are only for this meeting were approved by Council on June 19th. The full set of minutes are before Council today for receipt.
Are you
So,
handing it over to the chairs? Oh, just do everything.
okay. So I have a motion from Councilor Madero, seconded by Councilor Fortini, to receive the committee minutes. All those in favor? Motion carries. Our next item is 11.2, minutes for the June 18th Brampton Heritage Board meeting. The board minutes are presented to council instead of the Planning and Development Committee, given the summer meeting schedules and the need to receive council approval for some time-sensitive matters considered by the board. Members of council, you have before you the minutes from the committee. Do any members have questions or comments on the committee minutes and recommendations? Seeing none, I have a motion from Councilor Willen, seconded by Councilor Bowman, to approve the board minutes. All those in favor? As amended? Motion carries. Our next item is 11.3, minutes of the June 26th Audit Committee meeting. Councilor Medeiros, you chaired this meeting. I'll now pass the chair to you to lead council in consideration of the board minutes, and we'll let Councilor Vicente know he can come back in. So, Councilor Medeiros?
Yes. Oh, no, no. Yeah, oh, members, oh, I thought you were doing all of them. So members of council, you have before you the minutes of the audit committee. Are there any questions or comments? No, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? I have a motion moved by Councilor Medeiros and seconded by Willens. So all those in favor? Motion carries. Unfinished business. Our next item is unfinished business item 12.1, Technology and Digital Strategy 2019-2024. Council received a presentation on this matter at our June 19th meeting and deferred consideration of this report to today's meeting. I have had some conversations with members of council, and I'm going to ask that we defer this to the next meeting of council in September, so we can have some additional conversations on this. Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? Motion carries. That takes us to, and actually, the correspondence is now in consent too. Yeah. So now we're on to number, there's no notices of motion, there's no petitions. So we are on to other business, new businesses, referred matters list. Our next item is referred matters list. This list is published quarterly on a meeting agenda, and a copy is linked with each agenda to include a current listing of matters referred to city staff for further review and or to report back to council or committee. Do any members have questions on the referred matters list? Seeing no questions, I have a motion from Councillor Willen, seconded by Councillor Singh, to receive the referred matters list. All those in favor? Motion carries. Our next item of discussion is item 7.2 from Councillor, actually we dealt with this, Councillor Williams. This is the graffiti motion we've already adopted as part of the delegations. So now we're at 19.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Oh, the added item, yes.
17.3, Councilor Fortini's item has been dealt with. And now we're at 17.4 from Councilor Dillon, the diversity and equity audit discussion.
Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple quick points, and then I'll see if Joe, the CAO, can respond. Just a continuation from last week's discussion at the special council meeting. I canvassed some members of the previous council. They don't recall approving $90,000 for a survey, a review, or an audit. I'd spoken to the previous mayor. They were unaware of this. I'd spoken to members of the previous Terms, Inclusion, and Equity Committee. They were not aware of the cost or that there was a separate review being conducted in addition to the work that the People Strategy identified. Staff, I believe, has indicated that something was presented to the last term of council, but obviously it's just confusing as to why so many people were unaware of this. And so for this term, beyond a notice that something's coming in the fall, I don't believe there's been a formal status update provided to this council. I had spoken to the previous CAO last term and the staff rep of the time who was assigned to diversity and equity, and neither of them at the time mentioned a review. In the number of meetings I did have with them, or the request I made for further information specifically to an audit or a review. After I had brought it up last week in the Bill 21 discussion, we've been told that a review from CCID is coming, which after some research, I'm seeing that was somehow approved last term, but not in a clear and informed manner, and done through different layers and various strategies. And in my opinion, not as a priority, and it's only recently did council receive the actual RFP. So to add to the confusion, and after reading the RFP, we see the RFP was closed in August 2017, and a complete project delivery was supposed to be back 15 months ago in March of 2018. So the questions I have for staff are, where is the complete project delivery? Why is it taking so long? Is the delay from CCID or from the city? Who granted the extension past March 28? And can you advise where and when the $90,000 cost was approved and who approved it? And additionally, because it's so late, are there additional costs or savings?
Through the chair, I will attempt to answer the question, but start with a preamble to try and clarify some of the disconnects and communications in relation to this item as it pertained to last term of council. So in May of 2017, staff came to council and they had a fulsome document titled the People Advantage Plan, which was a comprehensive, fulsome, reflected a fulsome engagement of our staff, and for lack of a better term, it was more or less a corporate HR strategy in terms of how we needed to improve the engagement and support and role of HR for the rest of the corporation and our employees. As part of that People Advantage strategy, one of the distinct deliverables was in fact the completion of a diversity and inclusion strategy, and this was noted in that presentation. That was approved by council, so there was no direct council direction on that matter. However, it was presented to council and supported, which led to then the release of the RFP in August of that year. In November of 2017, we did another presentation to council on the People Advantage update, and part of that also included diversity and inclusion strategy as part of our overall work plan. Again, just a reminder and connection. In February of 2018, again, we provided a report to Committee of Council that looked at building a culture of respect and giving a status update. So we talked about an update on the respectful workplace policy and training, and again, the linkage to the diversity and inclusion efforts underway at the city. Shortly thereafter, in February of 2018, we did a presentation to the Inclusion and Equity Committee. It was in regards to the workforce diversity and inclusion strategy specifically, its relationship to People Advantage, and the results of the RFP that were issued, and how CCDI was the successful proponent retained to deliver that project. We outlined the CCDI methodology and the current state in terms of that they were working on the scope, defining the stakeholders, the outreach plan, and the measurements required. Given the fact that the RFP was issued in August and we weren't indicating the successful proponent until February, that delay in start time is most likely the rationale that was used to extend the current contract beyond the deadline that was issued and noted in the RFP. There are a number of factors that an end date in an RFP is, we can put them in, but they are up for negotiations, and it is recognized under project management methodology that can be adjusted. In May of 2018, again, a report to Committee of Council was given in terms of the City of Brampton's inclusion and equity strategy and program updates, which we provided updates on inclusion and equity strategy and its alignment to the workforce diversity and inclusion strategy in and of itself. So that is some of the background and context. CCDI had then gone away and done a lot of the work in terms of completing executive leadership boot camp, leadership interviews, the leaders webinar, culture meter work, an environmental scan, which is structured interviews with 3 comparators to illustrate the promising or effective practices from those organizations and what it could mean for us. They did a diversity census and inclusion survey. In March and April of this year, they did inclusive identities, which was 7 90-minute focus groups to gather perceptions of issues faced and possible solutions. They completed a maturity meter, and as of right now, they're trying to finalize a draft strategy for, to submit to the city for our review and comment, and then it would be presented back to the city as noted later this year. There are a number of other items that I wanted to note, and that being, I think it's important to recognize that the city was proactive in recognizing the importance of diversity and inclusion, and that we made it part of that People Advantage plan. It is important to us, and that we are not necessarily leaders in it. There are opportunities for us to learn and grow and ensure that we are meeting the needs of our great city. We did not have all the answers. It was not to say that we are, best in class, but we needed to bring in someone to help us define the way forward. And I'm sure that when we get that strategy, it's going to indicate that there are some things we're doing pretty well, and there's a lot of things we need to work on, and I'm excited about that. Are we taking it seriously? Absolutely. And part of it is in recognition of, there's a number of initiatives we actually have already put into place in addition to bringing CCDI in well in advance of a problem. And when I say problem, if you look at Peel Regional Police, their response to use of CCDI was much more of a reactionary approach, trying to address an issue that was raised. And when you look at what CCDI, in terms of the RFP, they have proposed for us against what is being done for PRP, it's actually quite comprehensive and similar. There are some differences, and some of those differences are specific and unique to Peel Regional Police and what they're facing. And some of the issues we're not ready to address, but in speaking with CCDI, some of those gaps are going to be identified as recommendations for implementation as part of our strategy. So it's not to say we won't do them, but it's just not the right time. So overall, I think it is a positive news story that we're recognizing that there's work to do, and I commend council and staff for supporting us in doing that. What is clear from Councillor Dillon's comments is that we need to do a better job of ensuring that you're kept up to speed and up to date on this. I can't speak on the previous administration, but my commitment to you with our staff is to ensure you have that information and give you that regular updates so that we're all on the same page and we're all well aware of it. In terms of who, I would need to go back and validate, but my understanding would be, given the fact that this was a deliverable out of the People Advantage strategy, it came out of a broader budget within HR to fund this initiative. So there was no specific line item suggesting that $90,000 be spent on diversity and inclusion. There was a broad bucket, and this was part of that money was allocated to do that work. In terms of who authorized the extension and the award of the contract, again, I'd have to go back and check with purchasing, but given that the sponsor was in fact the CAO and the key project managers were the former directors of HR and the director of strategic development, I'm presuming those three or one of the three were the ones who completed those approvals. To my knowledge, there's no significant adjustments in costs in relation to the project. and there are no savings because it's, perceived to be late. Typically, those types of penalties for being late need to be negotiated or stated in the RFP as well as agreed to in the actual contract negotiations. And if I missed any of your questions, I apologize, and just if you remind me, I'll answer them.
No, absolutely, and I appreciate your response. I think some of the frustrations we had in last term of council was when we had so I think firstly, for me to contact a number of people of the committee who were unaware, and some of the members of council who were on the previous, who were in the previous term, I think it's a little bit odd, but we are where we are. Just some questions in regards to the RFP itself, because we just received it recently, so we're trying to cram over the weekend. We also had such a very long agenda too. So, after reading the RFP and the scope of the work that CCID will undertake, there's some concerns that I do have. There's significant vagueness in the RFP, and further clarification of language is required, particularly when it comes to hiring practice. While the scope looks at issues faced by the current workforce, it doesn't really address systemic barriers to entering the workforce. So my question is, can this language be added to the RFP, and can CCDI come back with additional information?
Through the chair, or through the mayor, that of course is an option. I will state that part of their scope was actually to look at our policies. In 2018, our HR team did create a new standard in hiring practice, which was examined by CCDI as part of their work. It was about recruiting and retaining top talent, which the policy principles, which were also endorsed by council, looked at inclusion and equity, objectivity, consistency, and transparency. We've leveraged Career Edge to support internships, including internationally qualified professionals, the Canadian Armed Forces Reserves, recent graduates, graduates with disabilities. We all, since 2015, we've been using Equitech Employment Equity Solutions. Again, a well-recognized entity along with others to ensure that we're doing the best we can to address that. But I will take this back to CCDI and ensure that it's part of the scope, but if it's not there, we can include it. But if it is there, get something confirmed in writing that it does address your request.
And so some of the correspondence back with staff, they stated that, just recently stated there will not be a policy review. Just wondering, can you clarify what that actually means?
So through the mayor, policy, they would review our document and provide any comment, like high-level commentary as to whether or not it seems to address important issues or gaps in the policy. But typically, a policy review is much more comprehensive in terms of tearing it apart, rewriting it. That wasn't necessarily part of their scope. But they could provide high-level directions as to how to make it better.
So policy review would require rewriting it or just reviewing it?
Typically,
from their perspective, CCDI's.
My sense is it would be a review and revision, suggested revisions that track changes.
So they're not doing a policy review?
They are reviewing the document and providing high-level direction back to us, or whether or not the policy is effective.
Right, so not really like recommended revisions?
Not
to the policy.
specific revisions.
Gotcha. So, number 3, in regards to stakeholders, the information I received from staff regarding the RFP indicated CCID won't be consulting external stakeholders, for example, P-Card and other organizations. And so the question is, how is CCDI going to identify representative stakeholders, and who are they if they're not external stakeholders?
So through the chair, my understanding, the scope of the work for CCDI in terms of stakeholders was the corporation of the City of Brampton in terms of as an organization, our inclusion and diversity, and what that looks like and how do we address that and ensure we have an inclusive, diverse workforce. My sense is their implementation strategy will likely identify the need to go beyond internally and start looking externally and defining who those stakeholders are. So it's not part of their scope.
Right, so it's important to know that. So just finally, in terms of communications, in order to rule out the possibility of somebody referring to this as affirmative action when it's actually not, how are we ensuring that we're addressing myths and assumptions of the intent of objectives, actions, and activities of the scope of work?
I apologize, Councillor Dunn. Can you repeat that? There was just some noise. I missed some of it.
So in order to rule out the possibility of this being referred to as affirmative action, which is not, how are we ensuring that we are addressing the myths and assumptions of the intent of objectives, actions, and activities of the scope of work?
Through the chair or through the mayor, one of the things we can do is validate with CCDI and put it in writing as part of the strategy that that is not the case. This is not about affirmative action. Rather, we want to ensure that we are eliminating barriers and ensuring that there is equality and consistency and available opportunities equal to all. And their recommendations and directions will hopefully outline that as part of how they can make us better and ensure that either A, we're doing some things right, as well as other things that we need to do to ensure and maintain that. And if there's any gaps, how do we address those gaps?
Right, so just to conclude, 18 months overdue is a long time. From what I get, we're not doing a policy review, which I thought would have been important, but these are discussions we can have going forward when this comes back in September, and I think it would have been good to have some external consultation. And so when I mentioned the hiring practices, you know, speaking about people externally who are applying, and so I think a lot of what we've done so far is look internally, but again, when we have the discussion, when this report comes back, we can definitely do a gap analysis. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, I would have to validate, but my understanding is yes, we would have that.
Okay.
And part of it too is some of what we can manage can only be done through attrition. If there's vacancies, we can move relatively quickly. Other times it requires vacancies through attrition to allow us to make significant deliberate decisions and changes. We are embedding those principles in a lot of what we do. The fire chief has been adamant about trying to influence and change that culture as part of their recruitment. But again, there's only so many times that firefighters are recruited, but that has been part of their important strategy. If you look at those recruitments, and anecdotally, when I've done new employee orientation, including that for transit, I can honestly say that those hired are reflective of our community. We still have work to do, and we are taking this very seriously. Each and every one of the members of the senior leadership team have specific individualized work plans that were designed for CCDI in relation to diversity and inclusion, and that is part of their performance program this year.
Right.
That's how important it is to all of us.
Right, so I just want to thank the mayor as well for bringing up the issue on Bill 21 last week. I don't think we'd be having this discussion today, and so I think there's some important things we're going to look at going forward, but I hope it'll be very productive. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon, for your questions. And I would note what really got me interested in this too was we did a police inclusion equity audit, and at the time I had asked our CEO about whether we could do something similar here, and I have to say that the CEO was very supportive, said that there'd be some urgency to it, and so I can appreciate Councillor Dillon's frustration of how this dragged out the last few years, but my sense is we now have a council where everyone is enthusiastic behind this, and we have a corporate leadership that is committed to supporting that objective, and so I'm optimistic that we're going to see this addressed immediately. And thank you, Councillor Dillon, for shining a light on it once again. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, and just to follow up on your words, you know, since I was elected in 2014, I know Councillor Dillon has been a champion and a strong advocate, a strong voice, and you know, one thing that it caught us off guard, you know, and it's not a reflection on your administration, Joe. I know you just came on board, so it's just when you have councillors who are involved in certain files more than others, and then we find out, you know, what is happening because it catches off for surprise. Maybe there's that communication that has to be worked on, and that engagement piece with, you know, understanding that you have to engage with all the council, but certain files, there are certain councillors who seem to be more attached to one or another. With that said as well, and I do share those sentiments by Councillor Dillon, you know, one thing this exercise can't be is these constant exercises of putting lipstick on a pig. You put lipstick on a pig and it's, you know, it's the same thing. We're talking about something which is systematic. It's reflective in our society outside of and I'm not expecting what we can't control what happens outside these doors, but we can control what happens in these doors. And there has to be that meaningful change. So when we talk about you know, diversity and inclusion, what does that all mean? It's reflected in the way that we do our services. It's reflective in, you know, the way that we deliver our services and the type of programs that we deliver. So we've talked about this to death since 2014, and I think part of the frustration sometimes we feel, and sometimes the way it comes out, is we want meaningful change. You know, something that we can measure, you know, and that goes across the board when it comes to our measurement. Like when we talk about such a difficult subject, which starts impacting areas of, you know, I don't want to start saying discrimination or lack of opportunity or nepotism or all these other things. These are really, you know, these are putting fingers in sore spots. And essentially, what we want to be able to do is have those, you know, we went through the workshop. That was good. You know, we have these meaningful conversations, but there's still no action. And I think that's where the frustration relies. So, you know, I commend Councillor Dillon for bringing this forward, and I think I look forward to the results. And Joe, you know, this council is very serious about, you know, making those changes and ensuring that we restore confidence to our residents. And again, that diversity is not just about having cultural. It's the ability, I walk through here, I've never seen someone with a disability that's, you know, visible disability. I'm not saying that we have to go recruit one, but I'm saying that inclusiveness is what we need. Thank you very much.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through Mayor. I really appreciate Councillor Dillon bringing this forward and bringing the discussion. I just have a question about exit interviews. Are they considering exit interviews in this process? And is that something we track? Is that something we record?
Through the mayor, we do exit interviews. They are optional at the, you know, the employee that's leaving has the option to say, no, I'm not interested, but they are offered the opportunity to do an exit interview. And so we do track those who opt to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to check with our HR team as to whether or not those are part of the documentation that's being reviewed by CCDI.
Mm-hmm.
My sense is probably not, but I don't know. I'd have to check and get back to you.
I think it would be important to have that considered. Sure. As you know, hopefully people are honest when they are giving their exit interview, and also, are exit interviews done for everyone or only people who have surpassed the 3-month probation?
I believe they are done purely for those who are voluntarily leaving the city.
Voluntarily, so not people who have been dismissed.
Correct. Nor is it for someone who might be on a 6-month contract. Contract starts, contract ends.
Mm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, there's no motion, so we move to the next item, which is public question period. Is that correct? Public question period. Are there any citizens who would like to? No questions. Okay. Bylaws. We're now at the portion of the meeting dealing with adoption of city bylaws to give effect to the council decisions made at this meeting and previous meetings. I have a motion from Councillor Willens and seconded by Councillor Vicente, to approve the bylaws. All those in favor? Motion carries. Now, our next item is closed session business. And I have a motion from Councillor to move into closed session. Move from Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Vicente, to go into closed session. And the items have been adjusted. It's the ones in yellow, the ones we're still doing.
That's correct.
So 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, 21.4, 21.5, 21.6, 21.10, which is litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or board. 21.15, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. 21.6, labor relations or employee negotiations. 21.17, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 21.18, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including a municipal or local board employees. 21.19, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality. 21.21, a position plan, a procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on behalf of the municipality. And an added item 21.22, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. So we have a heavy in-camera agenda. All those in favor of going into close for these items? Motion carries, and we will return afterwards and report back. I've been asked for 15 minutes from Councillor Fertini. He is the eldest on council, so we'll grant him that request. 15 minutes. We'll meet in camera at 4:05.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We just need to do the final few minutes of the council meeting, and then we'll be taking a short recess, and we'll come back to start the planning meeting. So there'll be a slight delay if you're here for the planning meeting. If you stayed all day for the council meeting, we are now going to report back from in camera. And the clerk is just preparing the language. It's in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. We acknowledged minutes 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, 21.4, 21.5, 21.6.
There was a public motion arising from
A
this.
public motion arising.
So we'll need a mover and second.
Moved by Councillor Willens and Vicente. All those in favor? Motion carries. 21.7. Okay. Do you want to list the consent items?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so 21.7 to 21.9 were added to consent as direction given to staff.
Okay.
21.10 was considered in closed session. No direction was provided.
Okay.
21.11 to 21.14 was added to consent with direction given as set out in the reports. 21.15 was considered in closed session and direction was given to staff. 21.16, which is labor relations or employee negotiations. This matter was considered in closed session. Direction was given to staff, and there is a public motion resulting.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Willens, seconded by Councillor Paleshi. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 21.17, a personnel matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. That matter was considered in closed session, and there was a public motion, and the motion is on the screen.
Okay, do we have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Harkirat Singh, seconded by Councillor Rowena Santos. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 21.18 is a personnel matter. That matter was considered in closed session and direction was given. 21.19, that matter was considered in closed session and direction was given. 21.20 was dealt with earlier in the meeting. 21.1 was considered and direction was given in closed session. And finally, 21.22 was an added item regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. That matter was considered in closed session, direction was given, and there is a public motion for which I will read because we do not have time to have it put on the screen. The motion is that the Commissioner of Community Services be authorized to execute the revised agreement of purchase and sale or other documents necessary for the completion of the city's purchase of the Riverstone Golf Club as directed by council on terms satisfactory to the Chief Administrative Officer and in a form acceptable to the city solicitor or designate, including terms ensuring the completion of all required environmental filings and remediation for all phases. So we need a mover and seconder for that.
A move by Councillor Fertini, seconded by Councillor Williams. All those in favor? Motion carries.
You can go on to the confirming bylaw.
Our next item is item 22, confirming bylaw. Yes, sorry, number 913. That's the one that I think Councillor Singh wanted to defer. Sorry? Councillor Dillon, okay.
Marysville?
Yes, Marysville.
Yeah, would like to defer it to the next council meeting.
To the next council meeting.
To September 11th, since there's no debate, we can go right to it.
Okay, there's no debate, so it's a motion of deferral. There's no debate on this? All those in favor of the deferral? Motion carries. Okay. Now we're on to confirming bylaw. Okay. Our next item is the confirming bylaw. I have a motion from I actually don't have this one. Okay, good. I have a motion from Councillor Willen, seconded by Councillor Singh, to approve the confirming bylaw and to confirm the proceedings and decisions from this meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's also approving two bylaws, one to appoint the Integrity Commissioner and one to appoint the Lobbyist Registrar.
Yes. Yep. All those in favor? Motion carries. Okay. Our last item of business is item 23, adjournment. Thank you, members, for your respectful consideration of and debate during today's lengthy meeting. Council is next scheduled to meet Wednesday, August 7th, if needed, Wednesday, September 11th at 9:30 a.m. and Wednesday, September 5th at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion by Councillor Willen, seconded by Councillor Vicente. All those in favor of adjourning the motion, the meeting? Motion carries.